All right, welcome back to another episode of Phoenix Edge. This is an RPG and gaming news podcast. My name is Hat,
I'm Eric.
And I am Stan.
and today we are going to be discussing Final Fantasy VII on the PS1. I want to emphasize that we're discussing the PlayStation 1 version of Final Fantasy VII and not the remake. So we're going to be going fully in depth, spoilers, talking about the story, talking about, the gameplay, like everything here. So if you have not played Final Fantasy VII, or maybe you played the remake but not played the original, we're going to be spoiling the crap out of the original game. And so just full warning, stop listening if you're worried about spoilers, because that's what we're doing here. We're talking about spoilers. So that's what we're going to be discussing this week. And then I want to point out next week's podcast, normally we have it on Monday, but we're actually going to be skipping next week because we're going to be playing the Final Fantasy VII remake. Comes out on Friday. We'd rather just keep playing the game than have to worry about, getting topics for the podcast and then also trying to figure out what we're going to say about our impressions. There's a possibility we might really, really like it, might dislike it. We don't want to just come hot off the press until we really give the game a chance. So we're just going to take next week off, but we'll be back the following week. All right. So for this podcast episode, we're going to be talking about opening things up with what made Final Fantasy VII so special to us. We're all Final Fantasy VII fans here. So we're just going to be talking about, our kind of first experience with the game, and then getting into the characters, the villains, and their stories, major events of the game, and then obviously gameplay. And then we have some Discord questions that some of you all asked us, and we're going to try to get through all that. Hopefully we can get through all these topics. We're going to try to kind of keep things moving, keep things interesting. And on that note, let's just go ahead and get started here. So Final Fantasy VII, it came out in the 1997, mid 90s. And needless to say, all of us have been familiar with this game for quite a while. So what's kept it like as like an enduring part of your life? I mean, Eric, you have a I Love Midgar shirt on right now. I mean, like, well, so clearly you
I don't
like
know
this
what you're
game.
talking about. It doesn't say I love Midgar.
Or it says I something Midgar, I Meteor Midgar.
Yeah.
Anyways, so like, who wants to start us off here with like, what's made the game so special for you all these years?
I guess it was my first PlayStation 1 RPG, for sure. When I first got the console, it was just Battle Arena Toshinden and Wipeout for a good while. And, when you see the commercials for that game for the first time on television, and it was pretty heavily on television, the commercial for a lot. And I wanted it so badly. Everything looked so real. I mean, laugh at the polygon sprites now, but my God, they looked phenomenal. Like after going from like the Super Nintendo to the PlayStation, like I've never seen graphics as awesome before. This is a new Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
My RPG record before that was pretty much Super Mario RPG and Final Fantasy 4. And while I never beat 4 around that time, I love the idea of playing a newer Final Fantasy. But of course, we had that confusing situation of where's 5 and 6.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was Final Fantasy 2 at the time for me, so it was like okay, 3 came out, then like where's 7? But yeah, that's one of the ones where I like begged my parents, and they took me to Babbage's, I think like a few weeks later, and got a copy for me, and I got hooked into it. It took forever to beat it because I was born in '89. It came out in '97. I think I got it 98 or something. And as much as a 8 or 9-year-old can progress in that game, but I think I eventually beat it a year or two down the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For me, dude, like I really think that Final Fantasy VII was my very first RPG. Like I had a Nintendo growing up, and I was saving my money for a Super Nintendo. And by the time I had enough money in my mind with what a Super Nintendo cost, like we're already onto the PlayStation, right? So like my dad helped me out with the difference, and I got a PlayStation, and I was talking about PlayStation nonstop. And I remember, I think it was like my 8th or 9th birthday. My grandma, she knew I was all about the PlayStation. Like that's all I would talk about. and she got me a Final Fantasy VII strategy guide because she saw the word PlayStation on it. So I like opened it up. I didn't even know what Final Fantasy VII was, but I saw the big image with Cloud with this huge sword, and I was like, dude, this is so cool looking. And I kept like looking around the package. I was like, okay, Grandma, like, where's the game? And she had just gotten me the strategy guide because she didn't know. So my dad felt bad, and we went out and got the game. But like, dude, Eric, I was with you. Like, I felt like I went home. I took this home. I put it. I remember putting it in my PlayStation and like just watching that opening FMV and just like how impressive it was. And just like I remember the first time like I saw Barrett cuss, I was like, oh my god, like this is like a game that like I probably shouldn't play around my parents. Like like they might not let me keep playing this, and like it was just so like different and gritty and like realistic to me. And I didn't get very far because like I'd never played an RPG before and I couldn't beat that first boss. Like as funny as that sounds, because it was my first RPG, I didn't know about like how much resource management was a factor in RPGs, right? So to me, I was just like, why wouldn't I use lightning every single battle on like every single time, right? Because it looks cool. It looks awesome. I'd never like seen something like that. And so like I would get to the boss and I would have like no MP left. I had used all the potions, and then the freaking dialogue would say attack while the tail's up. And then I would attack while the tail was up because I was like 8, and I was just doing what it told me and I would just die. So I stopped playing after a while because I got tired of not being able to beat that boss. But I came back later when I was in middle school and, I'd progressed mentally. I'd gone through like Pokemon and stuff like that, kind of taught me the basics of RPGs. And I still remember beating that first boss and I was like, wow, I can see what happens from here, but it was depressing too, because around that time my PlayStation broke. And so I couldn't save, but I could play the game. So like every day I would come home and play Final Fantasy VII and try to get a little bit further. And I started just leaving my console on all night. Right. But that was great. I thought I like jerry rigged the PlayStation because I didn't have to have memory cards because they didn't work. But then I remember I got a game over like right after Wall Market. And I was just sat there like in my room, like that was like 4 hours of my life that I have to like redo. And I was like, okay, I got to get a PlayStation. So eventually I got one, and dude, I was just obsessed with this game. I'd be like calling my friends about it at school and we'd be like talking about it and stuff. And I was just like bringing a strategy guide with me to school, and we were like looking at the images and talking about stuff. Like, dude, it just like this game just like broke my imagination with how much, it's like, it's so linear now when I play it, but it seemed like an open world RPG at the time. Cause like you could just go anywhere and like, it seems like you could do anything. And there's so many secrets, and oh my God, I loved it. I still do, but Stan.
Yeah, I have a funny story. Well, to start off, I never owned a PlayStation 1 when the game was new, right? I actually knew people who had a PS1 and would go to their house after school and see them play the game, or be able to borrow it on occasion, and try and make as much progress as I could. But of course, it's such a long game, not be able to finish it. And then, months later, maybe get an opportunity to borrow it from somebody else and not have my save file because it was on somebody else's memory card, obviously,
right.
And then try my best to keep going. But the funny thing is, like many people have a similar story, I think, to you had, where it's like, no, this was my first RPG ever, right? And for me, it was a little bit different. My first one was Final Fantasy II on the Super Nintendo, right? Which is actually Final Fantasy IV. When I was really young, when that came out, I was probably like 6 years old, And as much flack as that game gets for being like way too easy, that
when you're 4 or 6,
yeah, that game is very hard actually, if you are of the age that they were actually trying to sell the game to.
If you're in kindergarten,
yeah.
When that and Super Mario RPG were out, I didn't even comprehend the idea of giving indirect commands to a character
Yeah.
to do something. Like it took a little bit to get to accustom my mind to that type of thing before. And then like on top of that, you have to learn about healing yourself and then knowing the right strategies to use. You don't have any concept of this when you're the age I was when I first started this. So, it was just a lot of dying until you finally learn something, which takes a good while.
Yeah, you were progressing sometimes just by luck, right?
Yeah.
just by pure luck of the boss not attacking the person desperately trying to heal or something, and then finally you won. But anyway, so like I was aware of the series before FF7 came out, but like Eric mentioned, there was confusion because I had played Final Fantasy II, right, on the Super Nintendo, and Final Fantasy III on the Super Nintendo, and so a good friend of mine and we were very obsessed with it, right? That became our favorite franchise, like of any video game whatsoever. We would just play the games and just like talk about those two games endlessly. So then we heard from another friend that Final Fantasy VII is coming out on the PlayStation. And the first thought that actually went into our minds was, that means Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6 are
Somewhere.
SNES games. They're SNES games, like out there somewhere.
Yeah.
It just hasn't hit our local game store for whatever reason, right? And we went down to our local game store, and there was a guy there who like was, his older guy, right? Probably older for us at the time. He was probably late teens, early 20s, right?
real
and he
old guy
and he
there.
was like our
Ancient.
he was like our gaming guru, right? Like he knew anything you could ask, right? And so when we came there and told him like, hey, Billy or whatever, so and so saw a commercial for Final Fantasy VII on TV, and he said, that's impossible. You must have read the number wrong. So like the fact that even he was like miffed about this game, right?
Yeah.
In truth, he just hadn't seen the advertisement for it himself, right?
He just thought like they skipped these numbers because it seemed cool.
Yeah.
Here, Squaresoft, learn how to count.
Yeah, that just like built up the game like in our minds, like from the very beginning, like before I had even seen anything, because this guy we went to go talk to at the game store, this was the guy who like knew everything. Like this is the guy who would beat you in Street Fighter because he knew the commands, right? And you didn't, because you're just a kid and you don't really understand what's going on. Or
right.
He would know like the secret strategy to beat the boss that you're stuck on. Like every time you went and talked to this guy, he could tell you something and just like blow your mind, right? But the fact that he didn't know that Final Fantasy VII was a thing, that
made you feel like you had something on him.
Yeah, it made us feel like this is like some legendary event approaching,
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was my first exposure to the game. It's kind of a funny story.
Yeah, it's so weird because I think they're like, I don't know, now that I've replayed Final Fantasy VII several times in my life, right? I just replayed it again because I knew we were going to talk about it, but plus, we got the remake right around the corner. And then because I knew we were going to talk about it, I was like really like looking into stuff. And so in a way, like I've kind of like experienced certain things that I hadn't experienced in a long time because I was just looking at it more closely. And like, I think I kind of rate this game a little bit higher than I used to. It used to be in my top 3. Now it's kind of like a contender for number 1. I still feel that Final Fantasy IX is the number 1 spot for me, but like, oh, it's so close. But this game is just like, was like a lot of people's just like, I don't want to say first RPG, but like, it was just like the first big one, I know you brought up that Final Fantasy IV, like you were really into that, but like, it just, I don't know. I meet so many people that know about Final Fantasy VII and just have, a very, like nostalgic feelings about the game. So
Mm-hmm.
I will say I started with Mario RPG, but I definitely went to the next level of enjoying RPGs with Final Fantasy VII. That was a huge contributor to my love for RPGs today.
Yeah, I think it was a hugely impactful game for sure for millions of people.
Yeah.
People around our age specifically.
Yeah.
If you ask anyone around our age what our first RPG was, they'll probably say FF7 or something on the Super Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah. So I think one of the big things that like really impressed people with Final Fantasy VII, aside from, you know, the graphics being like just, you know, for me going from a Nintendo to Final Fantasy VII, not like skipping Super Nintendo, it was like Jesus Christ had come down from the sky. Like I had never seen anything like that before, besides like, you know, when I went to an arcade and we, you know, had to pay like however much money to, you know, play games, like this seemed like just a different experience. But so aside from like, you know, the music and the graphics, I think one of the things that has been most endearing to people is the story. So why don't we go ahead and transition to that and just start off with some of our kind of macro like positives with the story and negative, just to kind of break us in before we get into the characters. I mean, this is going to be stuff that you think like the story does very well, and then we'll do negatives if there are any, or you know what it could have done better. I have a couple of things, but who wants to start us off?
Go ahead, Stan.
Okay, sure. So I have 3 positives and 3 negatives, I guess you could say.
All right. You want to bring up just like one positive and we'll maybe trade off? Okay.
So the biggest positive of the game for me, and this is something that actually kind of changed the way I look at narrative games in general, like moving forward. Now, obviously when I was very young, this was of less importance, right, than just like how cool Cloud was, right? But it's over time going back and playing the game that I learned to appreciate more the storytelling that happens through the gameplay, right? Which we have mentioned several times on previous podcasts, you know, just in passing, like when talking about other topics. But the most famous one that most people are familiar with is the Calm flashback sequence, where you get to see kind of Sephiroth's power level in comparison to Cloud at the time, right?
Right.
And you just get this intimidation factor from actually playing the game, right?
Just how much more powerful he is than you.
Yes. Like he's not just more powerful in the flashback sequence. It's like, oh, I just cleared Midgar or whatever, right? But this guy in the flashback from 5 years ago in the game time, right, would crush me even today.
Yeah, even after all this experience that I've had, like he would still just own me.
Yeah, all my materia, all my characters' limit breaks and everything would just be, this guy would just wipe me out, right, instantly. Like I can't hold a candle to this character who is fighting alongside me in the battles right now, you know?
Well, I mean, it's a prime example of show, don't tell, you know?
Mm-hmm. And doing it in a way that only games can. Now, this isn't the only example of storytelling through the gameplay. I think it's the most clear and effective, right? But there are lots of other little small details that as you go through the game and play it again, it just builds, right? It just builds, like they're like little tiny positives that just kind of coalesce into this huge positive for the game for me. So I don't know if I want to, I've been talking a while. I don't know if I want to go into all the examples, but I'll just leave it there for now.
Well, I mean, and I'll go ahead and tack on to your positive here, because that's one of my positives as well. And I'll, you know, I'm sure you'll agree with some of this. You might have some of your own, but and like you said, I don't want to get into like the nitty gritty of every little thing. But aside from like the big one that you talked about, which is the most infamous one or the most famous one, I mean, there's even like just the fact that they let the gameplay design be influenced by the story first, right? So you have a decision with the combat for them to switch from 4 players to three party members in combat. And that normally would be like you're kind of giving less options for gameplay. But the reason they do that is because it adds more opportunity for character development for your cast, right? Because there's more screen time. You don't have that 4th person there. It's only your 3 people there. It just gives them a little bit more screen time to talk. It's a little bit more focused of a story, or like the lack of player class structure. I mean, I know that, there's a kind of a class structure there, but not in the same way that Final Fantasy V was, right? That really reflects, Cloud's story, and that he has this facade. He can be anybody. He's just kind of faking it, right? I think if they really put it down to where, everyone was this like locked hard class, you couldn't change it, I think like that would kind of conflict with like the story narrative a little bit. So, I mean, I think there was just a lot of stuff like that. I agree, where they just kind of tried to tie the things together that made it like just a really endearing ride.
I'll add on to your positive also is, and there's something I really love in the video game is when they use gameplay to convey story.
Mm-hmm.
And, we have mediums like books and movies who do their own thing. And video games have their own opportunity to express story with itself. And Final Fantasy VII definitely took advantage of that with the Sephiroth or the Calm flashback alone. Mm-hmm. And it is incredible to see like a level 1 Cloud trying to kill this dragon who immediately kills him. And then Sephiroth just comes back and uses all these like crazy max leveled materia at level 50, just instantly destroying it.
Mm-hmm. Especially
also when
it's your first time ever, you've never seen materia like that before. So you're seeing spells you've never even heard of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then also just going through trying to get your chocobo past the Midgard-Zolom. Mm-hmm. And it's either way too difficult to bother grinding and challenge and motivate you to go and learn how to use a chocobo to get past the Midgard-Zolom. As soon as you get past that, though, you get to the scene where there is a Midgard-Zolom on a pike that was done by Sephiroth on the way. And that's something that would usually tell me, well, time to go home. But that's another example of the gameplay telling you what you're up against. Because most people try to go through the marsh normally the first time. They don't know they need the chocobo. So they get caught with the Midgard-Zolom, kills everyone. You can't get past it. You finally learn the chocobo. Then you go through it. I mean, that's just such a magnificent way to convey, which I wish a lot more games would do today.
Yeah. To tack on to that a little bit, but not to get too in the weeds here, but the Midgard-Zolom battle, that boss has an attack that will knock one of your characters like out of the battle, right?
Right.
And his attacks are kind of they're very powerful, right? And they do like a ton of damage to you. So then your response is to like kind of try and heal and keep up, right? But after a certain point, he deliberately knocks away one of your characters, and then he uses this powerful attack that just wipes the other 2 that are still there. And I always thought that was, very intimidating, obviously, right? But then also it's such a smart thing from a game design, because then the player won't get a game over because their other character was pushed out of the battle.
Right.
Right. And then you're just left standing on the edge of the swamp, like defeated. It doesn't give you a game over screen so that you have that frustration of having to reload the save and try again to beat the Zolom. You can use Phoenix Downs and then go and think like, well, I screwed up or something, and try again and try again and try again and just fail and fail and fail without getting a game over.
Well, I think
which puts it in the story, right? It means that that's something that actually happened, because normally in an RPG, if you get a game over, it's like that didn't actually happen, right? The player just failed. But in this
Right.
case, it's like, no, the characters also failed. And so it's very important not to give the player a game over screen because of that.
Well, and I think
So,
it also instills in them that, okay, even if I was strong enough to beat this, which you can beat, by the way,
mhm.
I know everyone here knows that, but you have to grind for quite a while to be able to beat it. But I mean, your first time through, you think like, okay, well, even if I did beat this or I was able to beat it, I still might not beat it because it's pushing me out. Like, what other
Mhm.
options are there? And you know, then you start looking around. I mean, you have the
The
Chocobo Ranch right
chocobos,
there, and
yeah.
you're like, well, and then you go in
What's
there and
this?
talk
Yeah.
to them, and they're like, yeah, you want to cross that? You need a Chocobo. And like, I don't know, it's just it's it's uh it's just really well designed. I mean, I think this will probably be the last thing I'll bring up on this topic here for the gameplay. And I think it's just because this is like one of the things that this game just did that like other games like just didn't do as well at this point in time. But I mean, like the first like 6 hours of the game is just I like with Midgar. I mean, that's all about like okay, yeah, it's about setting up Barrett, it's about setting up Aerith and all that stuff. But I mean, it's also really about setting the foundation for like Sephiroth because like the game spends so much time like just building Shinra up to be like this like unstoppable force to like the only mission you actually go on that's successful is the first bombing mission. After that, like you just fail. Like he's always one step ahead of you to the point where like he even like captures you in prison. I mean, like even like when you have to go up the Shinra Tower, like it's 70 floors and the game makes you
Yeah.
climb 70 floors because they're trying to like show like, dude, this guy's like intimidating. He's got a 70
Yeah.
floor building and like he's all the way at the top. Like it's crazy. And then like Sephiroth kills this guy in like the middle of the night, like it was nothing, you know?
Mhm.
And you're like, who's this guy? Like it's just like, you know, all of a sudden that like it becomes the search for Sephiroth. So it's just dude, it's so good. And like games just like I know you could probably point to other games that did that, but like for me personally, I think for a lot of people, like this just took it to a whole new level. And it was very unexpected. I think like people just felt like they didn't know what was going to happen because, you know, anything could happen, right? So it was really good. Another thing that I thought was really good about the story, or I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut us off there. Is there anything else we want to bring up about gameplay and the story and or any other comments with that before I
Well, we can go down a rabbit hole on that one, so
okay.
maybe we should.
Maybe just keep going. Okay.
Yeah.
One thing that I really, really thought the story did really, really well was just like um, I don't know the best way to say this, so I'm just going to say the excellent character development, and which I think really helped with like just having a fantastic cast. I don't want to get like specifically into the characters because we're going to do that here shortly after we get through some of our negatives and positives. But I mean, like for like what I mean here is like for the most part, these cast of characters, like they're dealing with like some like incredibly complex and just like really mature issues. I mean, we have stuff like ranging from like psychological like crisis, like just like who am I and like what's going on in my mind? Who am like am I going insane, right? To like survivor's guilt. We have people coping with shame and just intense feelings of like self-deprecation. I mean, like it's just crazy how mature it was but then like also the fact that like most of this stuff happened in the past, right? It's something that happened 5 years ago, 10 years ago and like it's not something that's usually happening right now. And this is like a big departure I think from like other JRPGs at the time that are usually like coming of age story like whatever is going to be my defining moment is ahead of me and I'm really naive right now, but I'm not going to be naive after this happens. Whereas in Final Fantasy 7 all the characters have already gone through that. Like they've already had that moment for the most part. But it's weird because it's still like very engrossing for people that are younger. And I think it's because like they wrote the stories and the characters in a way where like they still incorporate a lot of those elements like spread about that would be appealing because as just a side off example for context of what I'm talking about, and we'll talk about her later, but in more detail, but Yuffie, I mean, look at her. I mean, she feels her nation of Wutai lost its culture, right? which at its heart is a story of identity, which is something that appeals to, generally speaking, people that are in their teenage years, right? Trying to find themselves. But like the fact of like a lost culture, that's like something that I think almost anybody can be like empathetic towards or feel that it resonates with them to a degree. So I think it was just very smartly written to appeal to like a wide variety of people that, like, unfortunately, the Final Fantasy these days doesn't really take note of. They usually choose one side or the other, and your audience is just kind of left there hanging. So it's just, I think really it's just the grittiness and just the smart character development that they did here to make this cast of characters just like so like timeless and endearing over the past 23 years. I mean, it's just, aside from Kate Sith, it's really good. Yeah. So that's my that's one of my positives. You guys have another one you want to bring up? We're gonna get into some negatives here shortly if we don't.
Well,
obviously, incredible soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and one of the most memorable ones too.
Mm-hmm.
It has one of the craziest final boss themes ever created, and this is saying that after Dancing Mad came out, the title before, and this one they just got like a full orchestra. Well, not full orchestra, but like a synthesized like orchestra for it, and just hearing that for the first time when you take on the final boss, I was caught completely off guard. Like, I hadn't heard any track like that come up until now. And if anything, I thought Bizarro, the Sephiroth, was going to be the final boss, and comes down this angelic form of him, and that music's going, and I'm like, oh crap! And of course, I died the first time, and destroys.
Yeah,
to Supernova, of course, probably.
That is so amazing.
It's so over the top, but it makes me laugh. But it's so cool.
Oh yeah. That huge meteor that comes across planets and destroys these other planets on the way.
I'm like, there's no way.
On the way of it, it comes down and hits you, and it's like 3,000 damage.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I have a potion. Like
they were clearly at that point they wanted to show off, right?
How powerful he is.
Well, I mean that, and also I think the developers just wanted to show off like the battle animations that they were capable of at that time.
I like how they wrote like what planet it was destroying, like that was relevant.
Yes.
They're like Neptune. Like,
it's like, I get it. I'm going to die.
It's a planet. Yeah, I get it. Like, it's destroying a planet.
Yep. Yeah.
But, I mean, we had plot twists this game. I don't want to get into like what they are because they were going to talk about it later, but I thought they did really well with the plot twists. I mean, most of them I didn't see coming, but Stan, what do you got?
Well, for another story positive, I agree with you on the characters. So that's one I had in my notes here, but
okay.
You touched on that, and we're about to go like
deep, yeah,
detailed analysis of the characters. So we'll leave that for now. One other thing I have is something that I personally enjoy, but I know is not for everyone, is the ambiguity of certain things in the story at certain moments.
Okay.
And I have to put the caveat that part of this is because of the English translation of the game.
This might be one of my negatives, but go ahead.
there's certain things that were not intended, right?
Right.
But we got in the version of the game that we got
on the PlayStation 1, yeah.
On the PlayStation 1, you have to take the story as how it's delivered to you. I'm not one of these people who is like, oh, let me go read the Ultimania guide and then come back and then like deliberately read the vague things as if there is a true answer to them, like intended by the developers. So this is pretty controversial, but I have the opinion that the localization team are storytellers, right? You have the original writers, right? But then if you have media coming from another country, in another language, in another culture, it goes through a second level of storytellers, because they're going to try and change details of the story in a way that makes sense to the culture or the language, right? So it's being written, but it's being edited by someone else, and the writer and the editor are both contributing to the game you receive, the story you receive, right?
A good. So, for context, a good example of that would be Final Fantasy 12. I know a lot of people, when they talk about the things they like about Final Fantasy 12, it's stuff that the localization team put in. It's a team of, I think, 2 people that are like, this is just what they do. But like, it's stuff they added into the game that made it like jive with their culture, right? And it's like, that wasn't something that Square necessarily came up with or wrote. It was just the way that it was phrased. It just clicks with them personally. So just for example, instead of in Japan, they would describe like chocobos, it would just have like a very generic, like Bosch would be like, yeah, then you press X, but then you have a timer and you can only play, so long. But in certain cultures that would be kind of intrusive. So they rewrote it to be, chocobos' feet get too hot if they stay out in the desert too long. So they'll run away if you keep them out there too long. And people bring that up like, dude, that's so cool that like, they're not like breaking my immersion, but that's the localization team that did that. So sorry to interrupt. Right. Keep going.
No, that's a good example. So the one in this game that is the big one as far as ambiguity is like, was Sephiroth or Jenova the true villain? Who was really in control, right? Or are they like both in cahoots and they're like, equal partners in kind of their objectives, right?
I'm assuming this is a rhetorical question at this point.
Yeah. Did one dominate the other, right? Or were they like equal partners in their plot? Now, in the Japanese version of the game, there's a lot more clear evidence in the script from what I understand. I've read about it. I don't read Japanese, but that it is made more clear that Sephiroth was the one who was in control, right?
Right.
However,
I always thought.
Yeah, but however, in the English version of the game, it is not clear.
Yeah.
I don't think it's clear whatsoever. I think it's almost deliberately, it feels like it's deliberately vague at every single turn to me, right?
Yeah.
So to me, that's something very beautiful, that you have something that's kind of left unsaid in the story, right?
That people can talk about.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter to the average person who's just going to be like, yeah, it's a JRPG. You go defeat the final bad guy at the end, right? And like you save the world, right? It's a save the world hero story, if you look at it from like a very high macro sense, right? But those little details, like vague details, add depth to the story for when you want to think about it outside of the game. And I just think that's really, really cool.
Yeah. So. I think like it's a good point. I mean, there's definitely positives to having a different take, right? Just adding something to the game. I guess I never looked at this specific game that way. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and tack on to that just because I said that it's one of my negatives. So just as a contrast to what you brought up. And I guess this is kind of separate from the point you brought up, but, Square, they had like a long history of just being unhappy with the various people they hired to do the localization of the prior games. And the one before this was Ted Woolsey, right? They didn't like his localization of Final Fantasy VI and Secret of Mana and Chrono Trigger. And it wasn't his fault. They'd give him like 3 weeks to translate the entire game, which is ridiculous.
Impossible task, yeah.
So the guy's just pumping it out. But Square decided they were going to do the localization in-house, which is kind of interesting. I don't think it was, like you were saying, the developers that did that, because that wasn't their expertise. A lot of them didn't even speak English, but they had non-native English speakers working on it. And I feel like there was many instances that just kind of lose that clarity. And I think it kind of I like having that clarity, maybe not with the whole story concept, like you're talking about with who's in control, Jenova or Sephiroth, but I'm going to give you an example here of what I'm talking about, because there's actually been a whole group of people that went back and retranslated the entire game, relocalized it. It's a mod on Steam. It took them like 8 years or something crazy to do it. And they have a long, documented history of how they did it. like every line of dialogue, what they'd have to vote, what's the most accurate um, localization, not just a direct translation, right? So it wasn't like it was just straight translation, like they actually localized it. And if you play that version, just as an example, in the opening, like beginning portion of the game, in the reactor and the version that we played, right? There's a right before you set the bomb, there's a white screen that goes, across the screen, and you have those words that come on that's like either Cloud's inner monologue or whatever, right? But it says, "Watch out! This isn't just a reactor." And Barrett says, "What's wrong?" Cloud says, "Huh?" Question mark. Barrett says, "What's wrong, Cloud? Hurry it up." Seems fine, right? If you go look at the relocalized version, white screen comes up. It says, "Wake up. This is more than just a reactor." Slight difference, but basically the same. And then the white screen is interrupted by Barrett, who says, ... Is it? Right? So it looks like he's responding to, "This is more than just a reactor." And you see Barrett who says, ... Is it? And Cloud then looks at Barrett and says, "What?" And Barrett says, "I said, what is it? Come on, hurry up." Which, like, all of a sudden, like, I was like, oh, like, he thought that Barrett heard the voice too, and that's just from the opening segment of the game. So, like, I'm just like, that provided clarity to a scene that, like, really isn't that important, but it makes you wonder, like, well, what am I missing throughout the entirety of the game?
That's good. Yeah.
So, like, I haven't beaten the entire game with that version just because modding is like, I always do something wrong and like, something weird happens like a third of the way into the game. Like, I think with that time that I was playing it like that, like all of a sudden President Rufus became like a random encounter. And like, I was just like, okay, this is like ruining the entire game, like in every area, like Rufus would just show up and he would always be on like a helicopter, like, and he would come down and like fight me. And I'm just like, this is just ruining my experience, but, so I really wish that, I don't know, maybe they had like some professional people to actually localize the game, or like we could get a re-release with like the option, because I know they've gone back and fixed some of the grammar issues, but like they've pretty much left it the way it was, authentic to the original that people like. But I would like to experience it, relocalized and just make that decision. Do I like the original better or do I like this new one better? So
it's kind of weird because the first time I played Final Fantasy VI was on the Super Nintendo with the Ted Woolsey translation, and I played the GBA version, and I'm more than willing to admit that the GBA version is localization is a lot better. It makes a lot more sense, and there aren't just like some random like insults or something thrown, but at the same time, something just did not feel right. Like, this is the localization I grew up with, so so if they do the same with Final Fantasy VII, I understand why they would have to do it, but missing going up those endless stairs at the Shinra building and the stuff Tifa says to Barrett is legitimately makes you laugh, and I know they would have to cut that out.
Apparently, one of the things that was different in the localization for that we got was Barrett is much more like Mr. T like than he is in Japanese, apparently. And so like they actually in the relocalized that you can mod, like they had to go back and like one of the updates, they added an option where you can change it back to the original Barrett, because people did not like the relocalized Barrett at all. Like they're like, this isn't the Barrett that I know. Like this is a different Barrett. So that's an interesting point.
Yeah, it makes sense because I mean, it's kind of a cultural thing, right? Like Mr. T, and people have memories of that character, and then the characters, you can read his lines similar to in that way, right? Just kind of in his speech patterns, But Japanese people wouldn't have, well, likely would not have that kind of context, right? So how could the original writers, write him with that kind of character or attitude, right?
Right.
So it, from the very beginning, like it couldn't be the same. And you're right, that's like a artistic choice that translators kind of took, to make for the English Barrett, right? You could just make that separation and say English Barrett and Japanese Barrett are different characters,
Yeah. Some other negatives here that I just trying to kind of breeze through this here. I felt that like almost every character arc was really, really good, aside from the time. But aside from the time that you actually focused on those character arcs, a lot of times like those characters were basically absent from the story unless they were in your party. So for example, this playthrough, I didn't use Vincent at all. Right. So like he had barely any dialogue in the entire game. And so when he was with me at the end, it was kind of like, you haven't done anything. Right. Whereas, in contrast, Final Fantasy IX, it would show you what the other party members were doing. So by the time you're at the end, it was like you had been on this journey with all your characters. So, I mean, it's not like it didn't water down my experience necessarily, because I still hold Final Fantasy VII very high. I think it's a great game, but I think that it may have been a better game if I knew like what some of these characters were doing this whole time when I wasn't using them.
Yeah.
I got a interesting negative.
Okay.
And it's kind of a nitpick, but at the same time, it annoys me a lot of times, even today. Collision detection. And when you're walking
around. Oh, okay.
Sometimes, the backgrounds are amazing, but at the same time, this is like them trying something like this for the first time. So there's obviously some snags here and there. Like when I'm trying to just pull this lever, it won't let me because I gotta have to put Cloud at a certain angle.
Oh, dude,
yeah. Getting myself angled there, I get. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I want to pull this switch, and the thing just put me in a damn battle.
Yeah, I spent there were a couple times when I was playing the game this time, and I've played this game several times where I'd be like, dude, I could have swore I just had to press this switch, but I can't press the switch at all. I can't, I'm running around, I just can't press it, until finally I'd get in the right angle and I would finally be able to do it. Yeah. That's definitely a negative.
Yeah.
And one more negative I have, and everyone can fight me on this if they want.
Okay.
Fort Condor is the worst thing about that game.
I 100% agree.
Dude, it is the worst part.
You know what I do?
It's so boring. It's so awful. I let the team beat me a lot of times just so I can get it done.
Dude, yeah, I don't pick any enemies to put on or troops to put on the field. I put 0 troops and then I put start battle. And then I just put it to max speed and let the enemies come all the way up to the tower, and then I just defeat the boss. Because otherwise you're not going to get that huge materia.
Yeah. To make matters even worse, they have this same mini game in Final Fantasy VI where you play it a few times.
With the Moogles.
The Moogles, and then the battle at Narsh where Kefka's at the end and they send the troops at you. But you actually get to use your characters as the troops, right? And switch and move around on the battlefield.
Okay.
It's way better.
That's right.
Right? It's way better than this Fort Condor minigame. And that is just even more baffling. You did the same thing better just a year or two ago, right? In the development of Final Fantasy VI. And then Fort Condor is just worse in almost every single way.
Yeah.
It's baffling.
That's for sure a negative.
I don't know what other benefit there is to do it besides the quest with Phoenix. You have to do.
You know what's interesting about that quest too is, when I was a kid and I was playing it, I was much more imaginative, and that I imagined there was this we were really defeating the Shinra army that was coming, and we had all these people to help us. But when I was playing the game this time, I noticed, I counted, there was 4 people in that tower. There's a guy at his table with his head down. There's the guy in the lookout, and then there's 2 people in the shop. And I'm like, man, you guys are really understaffed around here.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good point. The only other negative thing I think I'd bring up here is just as good as the story is, occasionally I felt like there was moments where like they just needed to get to the next plot point.
Yes.
And
Yes.
like,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about too.
well, there would be like several moments like I can bring up, but like probably the easiest one that probably like wouldn't be too deep here is just when Sid has to join your party in Rocket Town. Like what they do is they set it up so what like President Rufus shows up and he's like, we need the tiny Bronco to get to Fort Condor, or not Fort Condor, the North Crater. And, you know, they have this whole back and forth, like, you stole my high wind, you entered my space program. Now you're going to like, you know, I won't get to fly and all this stuff. And like, that's great.
That's good stuff. Yeah.
That's good stuff. But why does the president need this one-seater propeller plane? Like, he's got the high wind. There's multiple helicopters. He's got like ships. There's scenes with like planes taking off runways. Like they can carry like a whole party of people. Is Rufus going to like get in this one-seater propeller plane and like fly himself over to the North Crater by himself? It like, and
Yep.
I was trying to read this online and people were like, well, he was in the area and like, he didn't want to go back and get the high wind. Like, I was like, no. You are totally like, just
like he's a president. It will come to him.
Yeah. And like, what? Like, yeah. And he's like out there with like other people. Like, how did they get there? There's no harbor. Like, so like, I was just like, okay, they just didn't want to drag this out. They needed Sid to be in the party and to continue on, you know? So,
Yeah.
and like, there's lots of little moments like that where you're like scratching your head, like, okay, that was stupid, you know?
I
Yeah.
will say the dullest point in the story for me by far was the start of disc 2 when you're traveling through all the snow and you find some interesting stuff on the way, but no real major plot points happen until you get to the crater where Sephiroth is.
Oh.
Like, and you have to go through that snow maze to get to the ice cavern after you snowboarded to get there.
Is that where
there isn't
you
much
have to like
plot
shake
point.
yourself? Like you have to shake yourself to stay warm and stuff like that?
Yeah. And funny enough, I think Team 4-Star, the people who do the abridged series for FF7,
Right.
they pretty much after you know who dies, they skip straight to the northern crater part of the story when the revelation of Cloud comes in, because even they said themselves there's not much material to work with because you're just traversing through snow for most of the time. You do go to the village and you learn some about like Professor Gast and
that's the only thing.
Eris's mother.
Yeah, that's the only
but
thing
you have to find that. You don't just.
It's
not a requirement.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, you can find interesting stuff on the way, but main plot point wise, things don't really start going until you get to the crater.
Yeah,
there is a good interaction with Barrett that happens there on the way to the Northern Cave.
I do like that.
In general, I agree that it is kind of story empty in that part compared to especially what just happened, recently with the Temple of the Ancients and then the City of the Ancients, like leading up to that point.
Right. So, it's kind of anticlimactic. Not to mention the name of the city, Icicle Inn. Come on.
Yeah.
That's not the name of a town. It's the name of like a building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're the only place in the world that has snow, take the name.
Yeah.
Simple enough.
To add on to what Hat was saying about the poor plot planning or contrived plot points, there's just a lot of little things, like you said, like with obviously the tiny Bronco situation, but also like the buggy. You get the buggy, right? And it breaks down right in front of Cosmo Canyon.
You're like, oh, am I supposed to go here?
Yeah. And if you don't go there, well, guess what? There happens to just be another river that you can't cross because you need the buggy, right?
Yeah.
Or when Weapon, I believe it's Emerald Weapon, attacks Junon, right?
He'll just stand at the shore.
Yeah, but also like he shoots a laser like kind of from his mouth that like hits the cannon but doesn't destroy the cannon. And not only that, but it hits the roof of the room where they were holding Tifa, right? Where she was previously in an inescapable situation.
That was convenient.
Yes, that is like very Deus Ex Machina-ish, right? Where you wrote a character like into an impossible situation that they can't escape, and the reason they escape is basically pure luck, right?
I guess it's kind of a funny scenario also of Tifa and Scarlet having a slap fight.
Yes.
But isn't Tifa this master martial artist
Yes.
who could absolutely take Scarlet down within seconds?
Yes.
And then they decide to have a slap fight instead?
Dude, I love it.
Sense.
I guess they'll try to make
it.
the excuse of Tifa was in the gas chamber and she's weaker or something like that.
Well,
but
if she's weaker, she probably shouldn't stand on like a round cannon that she could like scale down a building.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't think that would like impede her ability to like use a grapple move and just like if she has the energy to slap Scarlet, she has the energy to like just grab her and push her off.
Yeah. I think it was one of those odd Toriyama awkward moments that like were supposed to be funny. I like it, but yeah, it's silly. I do like the scene after that though when she like runs off the cannon and it goes into that like FMV seamlessly. Like so
yeah.
Anyways, I'm getting off the tangent here, but yeah, that's
just in general, there are contrived like plot points, like you said, in order to we gotta keep the story going, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
So in a macro sense, that's basically what I got for, the negatives as well. You guys want to just jump into the characters here? Keep this train.
Yeah.
Keep this
just
train
one
moving.
more comment.
Sure.
And I'm sure we'll all agree. The negatives of this game nowhere near outweigh the positives.
Yeah.
Of
Kate
it.
Sith's
We
pretty
just
bad,
felt the
but-
need to say. Yeah. Kate Sith is kind of like a 2-ton anvil, but still doesn't outweigh the positives.
Yeah.
Of the
Yeah.
game.
That's a good point.
Mhm.
It's a very good point. So with the characters, you guys just want to jump into it here. So let's start off with Barrett. He's my second to third favorite. Well, he's in my top 3 favorite characters. Whenever I go through his like story, I'm just like, he magically appears up at number 1, but by the end of the game, he kind of sinks down a little bit. But what did you guys feel about Barrett? I mean, I don't want to just talk endlessly here, but he's just, dude, he's so good.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the original here, he kind of starts off as like a Mr. T
Right.
caricature. He's very verbal. He seems like a very intimidating person. Like even like on a normal day, you don't want to be near him. He's just a scary person in general. You see that when he's intimidating Shinra employee who's just trying to go to work.
Oh, at the train.
Just a normal everyday guy, not like tons of people work for Shinra. It's like, but he decides to get up on them anyway. But then you get to the point with the gold saucer where he's more moody than usual in a more violent sense. So you're like, okay, we know Barrett's like over the top, but now he's just being like dangerously over the top. And we actually get a nice scene with him, like just explaining how he got with Marlene. And I forgot to mention about her where he does show his more compassionate side whenever Marlene's around. But then you actually get like the backstory of everything and like how he's he feels he's responsible for Shinra destroying his village and wants to get back at him now and everything. And you see that, and it's just everything just all of a sudden just came so down to earth.
Yeah, I
with
mean,
him.
I think that that moment you do get to the gold saucer. I think you're right. Like before that, you've kind of had this like stereotype of a character. He's just like this Mr. T type guy. He's always angry. You think there's not much to him. You shouldn't expect much from him. You get to the gold saucer, Barrett runs off in anger. And you're like, okay, whatever. Barrett's angry. Like he wants to be alone right now. And all of a sudden you see like this bloodbath of like bodies and just like what happened here. And the witness is like, a guy came through angry and he had a gun arm. And you're thinking like, there's only one guy that has a gun arm at Gold Saucer and he's angry. And you're like, dude, like, did he just shoot up all these people? Like, this is very unforgivable, you know? And just like, oh my God, like the moment you do hear that backstory and you realize there's somebody else with a gun arm and like Eric's totally right. Like you see like his motivations, the fact that like, I think he's just ashamed of himself and like, he just has to like make sure that he'll never make that mistake again, right? That he's never that weak, that he'll never let Shinra be fooled or be fooled by Shinra. And I think that when you see what happened to Barrett, when you replay the game, it adds so much context to everything because, you know, like when the plate drops in Midgar and he's losing his mind because like people died, but also, you know, Marlene, he thought Marlene died. That's like his connection to Coral, right? He thinks it just happened again. Like he was like putting all this front on to be like, I'll never let Shinra get me over. I'm going to let everyone know that I hate Shinra the most. And then like in his mind, this just happened again. Like he just lost Marlene. He lost, you know, that entire sector. Like he's losing it. And, you know, that's what ties him to Aerith because once he realizes like Aerith has saved her, he's just like, you just gave me a new lease on life. You know, like otherwise, what kind of person would Barrett have been if he had lost her there? So like, it's just like so nuanced and just like, you know, like when Cloud's retelling his story, like you could see Barrett just keeps interrupting because it just resonates with him so much because that's what happened to his city. It was burnt down by Shinra. Like it's just, I don't know, man, like his story is just so unexpectedly good for what he portrays himself as at the beginning of the game. You would not expect that.
He also has one of the best scenes in the game. It's actually more near the end of the game, but before we go back to Midgar again.
Sure.
And it's when he gets called out for his hypocrisy by Cait Sith.
Yeah.
About like, okay, you went around destroying reactors. Oh, great. The, you know, power to from the live stream has been cut from that reactor. But you know how many people are suffering and living in poverty or died from the explosion after you did that? You know, and he completely calls Barrett out on it. And Barrett has almost nothing to say about it. And he ultimately regrets the actions that he did at the beginning of the game, which was a nice, like everything came to a full circle by the end of it.
Yeah.
There is one thing I want to actually criticize about that scene.
Okay.
When Cait Sith confronts him, and it's simply the fact that it was poor timing, I think, by the story planners to bring up that scene at that moment. Because if you remember, that moment is actually happening as Diamond Weapon has emerged from the sea and is marching towards Midgar, and everybody's freaking out, like, what are we going to do? And they insert that interaction, which is a good interaction, right? But I think there's a very good reason why people who have only played the game once or twice don't remember it very well. And it's because it was presented during an action sequence that is like very pressing, right? Like there's essentially Godzilla is attacking the city, right? and now like we're going to bring up a plot point from like Act 1, right? Like the first 5 hours of the game, and like really delve into that, like for the character's, you know, psychology and the completion of his character arc. Like you said, all the content is there. It was just put in the wrong place. It should have either happened after or before that, but it happens on the airship deck as like the crew is like scrambling, like trying to figure out what they're going to do. Well, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's my only criticism of actually Barrett's entire character arc. It's just a story planning issue that I think could have been handled better. Yeah.
What I think about that is, well, first off, I think I agree with you, but I think that it had to have happened before Diamond Weapon, because I think that the fact that Midgar was in trouble, and
Brought it
because
up. Yeah.
Barrett had that realization that he hurt a lot of people in Midgar, he all of a sudden he feels like it's his life's debt to help them now, right?
Mhm.
So I think that it would have been a little bit less impactful if it happened after that, but that doesn't take away from your point that they could have had like a different moment, like a point where like it made more sense. Maybe after you collect the huge materia and he like Barrett like saves his town or whatever, basically from the train, right? And they're all
Yeah.
like, "Oh, thank you, Barrett. Thank you, blah, blah, blah." Maybe Kate Sith could have been like, "You're high praise now, but because you saved a couple of people, but what
Yeah.
about all those people that you killed in Midgar, you know?"
Mhm.
Or something like that. I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's just happening during an action sequence, you know. So
Yeah,
it's great content, and it's great, you know, like Eric said, it comes full circle for the character. It's just presented with poor timing, in my
yeah,
opinion.
dude.
Well,
Go
real
ahead.
quick, one
Sorry.
thing I want to say positive about
Sure,
Barrett
sure.
is going back to the Corel
Mm-hmm.
scene, and it's told through a flashback, right? And the way Barrett tells the story is that he and Dine, his friend, you know, were out of town for a few days, and then there was an explosion at the reactor, and then Shinra blamed the people of the town of Corel, and they just burned the city to the ground, and just killed everybody, right?
Right.
After the flashback ends, Cloud tells him like, "Why'd they do that? Like why would Shinra do that, right?" And Barrett says, "They said it was done by some radicals or revolutionaries," I think is what he says, right?
Right.
But they blamed the people of the town and destroyed the town. And then years later, Barrett is leading a group of revolutionaries in Midgar and decides to bomb a reactor, not even thinking about the possible consequences, right?
Yeah.
And then Shinra destroys his town again, Sector 7, right? That's where he lived.
It's a self-fulfilling. It's a fulfilling prophecy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very possible that the revolutionaries that caused the bomb that caused Shinra to overreact and destroy his town was an earlier form of Avalanche.
Well, I think it was. I don't know if it was established in the original game, but I think it was established in other media that it was an original form of Avalanche.
Yeah.
And
So it's like that's like a pretty deep irony, right? Revolving revenge and death and innocence, like innocent lives lost, right? Kind of, and like your better judgment kind of clouded by just pure hate and revenge, right?
Yeah.
For something that to be, you know, kind of that deep, like you can miss this stuff, right? If you are just kind of playing the game for the first time, right? But like you said, on subsequent replays, like it adds so much depth to the character and to the stories. It's really well done.
I mean, when I played the game this time, I teared up a little bit during the whole Dine sequence because I don't know, I was thinking a lot about that with Barrett and what he was going through, and like I you know, I've always like I like kind of saw the anger towards Shinra and where it came from and why he was mad, but I didn't realize how much like he just hated himself also for having convinced the town to accept Shinra, right? And how responsible he felt for it. And just like that last moment where like Dine just falls off the cliff, kills himself, right? Like we've had suicides in like other games before this, but they were usually like kind of heroic suicides. Like they're going to like block the path and like other people are going to make it, you know, like Dine like killed himself. Like he just, cause he didn't want to live anymore. There was no reason he needed to, he just did it. Right. And you know, people have speculated the two graves next to him with the crosses, a big cross and a small cross. A lot of people think like Dine made that for what he thought was his wife and child. But I mean, just the moment when he kills himself and Barrett screams, you can see him, he's screaming, dying. And like, he says, these hands are no cleaner than yours. And like, I'm just like, dude, I'm choked up right now. Like, it was just like
Yeah.
that was just so like riveting, and like just to see the amount of like just shame that like Barrett had for the entire situation is just, oh my God. Like, I was just
And
like, dude, this is so good.
yeah, and Diane himself, he's kind of descended into self-hate and
The
despair.
same path. Yeah.
Yeah, and he says at one point, Barrett tells him like, there's still hope, like Marlene is alive, like you still have something to live for, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he just tells him, no, she won't remember me. She won't remember who I am. And actually, you should take me to her so that I can kill her and send her to be with her mother. And I'm just like, even if Final Fantasy VII's a dark game, right? But that's like one of the darkest things in the whole franchise. Right?
Yeah, dude, it's
if
just,
you really think about that, that's like, I don't think, some people may not want to hear this, but I don't think modern Square Enix would even bother to put something of that depth and darkness like in one of their, a new Final Fantasy game or whatever.
no, they wouldn't
That's
even
like,
touch it.
no, that's like straying into some very, dark places.
Yeah.
So
It was just riveting. One, I don't want to end this on a negative note, but I will. I did have one negative thing I wanted to bring up about this. Okay, so before dying, does that. He gives Barrett a pendant and says, "Give this to Marlene. It was her mother. She should have it, right?" And then we see that just crazy scene, but like after we leave Midgar, like Marlene's mentioned. She kind of like, you kind of hear her through Kate Sith because Kate Sith abducts her, but like we don't ever visit her again. And I know that she can't travel with the party, because it's kind of dangerous. But I would have thought like it would be a nice moment for us to see Barrett deliver that pendant to Marlene, because
That's
and just
true.
kind of like close it off, because like that just felt necessary, given the weight of that scene. So I was kind of disappointed when I realized that never happened. So
yeah, and Marlene ends up in Calm too by the ending of the game. So they could have just had some dialogue explaining that she was taken to Calm, and then you could go meet her up there.
yeah.
So
Well, did you find it weird too? I mean, I guess this is kind of like a Kate Sith criticism, but it's with Barrett. Like when Marlene is abducted, I always thought it was strange that there was never more of a scene between Barrett and Kate Sith, because I thought for sure, like this, given like the amount of explosions Barrett has had regarding various things, that he would have lost his mind.
Yeah, he should have just gone nuts. That Kate Sith
Abduction.
Abduction plot line.
So stupid.
It was just bungled so badly. Like that's probably the worst character moment in the entire game.
Yeah. Well, the other one, in my opinion, which we'll get into later, but is with Kate Sith also. So it's just, yeah. But yeah, I mean, Barrett's just amazing. How'd you guys feel about Tifa? Or did you guys have more to say about Barrett? I'm sorry.
I think I covered everything I wanted to say.
Okay.
We can go to Tifa. I really like Tifa as a character. It's really interesting how they go with her story, because in the back of her head, she knows the entire time Cloud wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was someone else, but she got like horrifically injured during the incident. Like Sephiroth like swiped her with a sword, and she fell down a bunch of stairs, and she barely has any memory beyond that. So she's questioning herself the whole time of like, is that what happened? And then she's like, and she does it. She starts believing that's not the case. And the whole time she has this conflict of trying to tell Cloud, like, hey, I don't think that happened the way you thought it was. I don't remember seeing you there at all. And I thought that was a really interesting dynamic for her, especially it's mixed with how she has these feelings for him on top of that.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because it was a role reversal when they were kids. But what I do like about it is, there's this click between Tifa and Cloud, but it's not a romance story. They're not like all of a sudden they fall in love with each other.
Right.
And everything. It's like, it's that nice, subtle, there's a connection between them. There's something special between them. And that's all you need.
Yeah.
You don't need a kiss scene. You don't need a I profess my love to you type scene. It's just they're able to convey it through their actions.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
which makes it very awesome.
Yeah, I mean, on that, what I thought was kind of like just moving about that relationship, though, is everything you said. Like, it wasn't very forward, but also, like, it's kind of interesting because, like, it doesn't quite happen until after Tifa goes into Cloud's conscience, right? And she kind of flips the script on Cloud while she's going through accompanying Cloud with his like entire like childhood, right? And she's just throwing a different perspective at it, but it also moves her because like Cloud looks at the moment when he was a kid and he didn't protect Tifa and she got injured. But Tifa looked at it and said, "Oh, you were there for me." Right? And then like Cloud's like ashamed that he didn't save the town, that he wasn't soldier in Nibelheim. And she looks at it and you're like, you were there. You fulfilled your promise. Like, right? And then you're here now. And like once she realizes like you've always been there for me, right? And then she realizes he did this whole thing to join Soldier because he was in love with her, basically, right? It was just like it just kind of flipped the switch with her. Like she always kind of had that interest, clearly. I mean, but just like once she like kind of saw through Cloud's eyes, like, and kind of flipped the script on him and like his own interpretation, his own negative, like self-deprecation of like what he was, right? And she saw something that she actually really appreciated, his authentic self. She fell instantly for him. So I just thought it was really well handled, but it wasn't like you said, Eric, it wasn't like over the top, just gushing, it was very touching. I liked it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
One thing that often gets kind of a little bit of criticism is like, well, why wouldn't Tifa just confront Cloud and tell him, well, at some point during the story, like,
on him.
Yeah, like why doesn't your story add up in her memory, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason she doesn't is because like she wants what he's saying to be true, essentially, right? Like she wants the Cloud that she knew from back then to be alive because she lost everybody else, right? She lost her hometown, right? And then suddenly, like basically at her doorstep, shows up this guy, and he's like, old crush of his or hers. It's kind of vague, like how much they really cared for each other back then. But just like
the fact
something
that he's
from
the
your
only one probably amplified with that romantic interest,
Yes, like something from your past that you lost, and now it's there again, right?
Right.
Just that fact is like, well, she doesn't want his story to not add up, so she's probably justifying in her own head all kinds of reasons not to confront him. Right?
Yeah, and it's pretty crazy also when Sephiroth starts revealing everything.
Oh my god.
She is actively going out of her way to tell Cloud to stop listening to him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like she's in panic mode herself.
Mm-hmm.
When Cloud's like, yeah, I know I was a soldier, I know I was here. And she's like, yes.
Yep.
Don't listen to him.
But I think like that right there is just brilliant because not only did she need this story to be true, right? And like Eric, you were mentioning at the beginning that she had these doubts, like they found a Nibelheim that was recreated. She doesn't remember the trip from Nibelheim to Midgar. Maybe, she did almost die. Maybe he was there and she's, misremembering. But once like Sephiroth's bringing it up and she's screaming like, don't listen, Cloud, don't listen. Like, and then like Cloud's like literally confronted with the picture of Zach and like Cloud's looking at Tifa, because she didn't like address this earlier and she'd been like almost fooling herself. Like this is like a wake up call for her too. She doesn't know what to do. And so she retreats from Cloud, which is the worst thing she should have done at that moment. Right? Like she should not have retreated from him. So she just is like, she doesn't know what to say. She says, I need to be alone. And like, this just sends Cloud over the edge. And I'm just like, it's so believable because the first time I played this, I thought like at that moment, like Sephiroth was right. Jenova created Cloud out of Tifa's memories. Like, that's what I thought. Like, like I was like, cause how else would he know all this stuff? It's, it's just so good. Go ahead.
It's really crazy. I mentioned, at the start of this, podcast episode that, I had borrowed the game, right. Several times and just tried to make as much progress as I could. I made it to that point and got the Northern Crater scene with Sephiroth telling Cloud that, he's a clone constructed, right, by Hojo, and that he's not a real person. His memories are not real. They're just built out of Tifa's memories, right?
Right.
But they're imperfect. And then Cloud believes it. And then I had to give the game back.
That's a horrible place to give it back.
Yes. And I was like, no. And then he, like,
Cloud's not in the party. Like they already killed Aerith, so you don't know if Cloud's dead. Yeah.
I thought it was true.
Yeah.
Like that.
Everyone thought it was true for a while.
Yeah. I thought it was true.
It's like you get a twist within a twist. It's like Cloud was never there, but it turns out he was there.
Yeah.
Just not exactly as he remembered it.
Yeah.
I mean, some people criticize Tifa because they say that like she doesn't get her own moment like, Barrett got or, Red 13 got his own moment. But like, I feel like this game is almost as much about Tifa as it is Cloud. Like they're just like, they're from the same place, like their stories are intertwined. She's the motivation for why he joined Soldier or tried to anyways.
The argument I hear a lot, and there is some truth to it, is that she is a plot device for Cloud. That like the things that happen throughout the story that involve her is in the purpose of moving Cloud's story forward.
Yes, I have also heard that she was like one of the later characters added as they were planning the story. That she was not planned from the very beginning. However, they pulled it off. In my opinion,
it was a great plot device. I mean,
yes, like
I still think she's essential to the story.
Yeah, me too.
Is, yeah,
absolutely.
She's like the heart of it almost.
Yeah,
because without, I mean, because okay, like if you look at, and I'm getting into Cloud here, but if you look at the parallels between Sephiroth and Cloud, I mean, they both were under like this delusion, right? And Jenova attacked that delusion, or in Cloud's case, Sephiroth did at a moment where they were vulnerable, where they were this deceptive truth came about, and like without Tifa there to reconstruct Cloud would have just become Sephiroth, in a sense. I mean, he already kind of did. He gave the materia to Sephiroth. He didn't think he had any control. He thought he was just a puppet. Like, Tifa is absolutely critical to this story. Without her, like, who's going to pull Cloud back? Barrett? Like Barrett's not getting a live stream. Like,
well, yeah, because Cloud's motivation throughout the story, or like to join Soldier, to help on the bombing mission, like this was all motivated by Tifa.
Yep.
So it goes back to that criticism of saying that she's there to push Cloud forward. The question is, does she truly have any of her own struggles that don't necessarily involve Cloud? I guess not, but then again, she is essentially
she put Cloud
the female protagonist of the story, so she shares her story with Cloud.
I mean, Cloud pushes her story forward too. I mean, I would say that she feels a lot of survivor's guilt for, being the only one that did survive, feeling like she didn't do enough. I mean, that's why she latches on to Cloud so much. I mean, and she enables Cloud, right, with his delusions, because of
Hmm.
that guilt and
Hmm.
because of that need. I mean, so I definitely think there's a struggle there, and I mean, she becomes the main party, the main character for for a portion of the game too. I mean, and like seeing her like commit to Cloud and like with him in the wheelchair and like leaving the party and willing to sacrifice everything, like the idea that like she didn't have a character arc, I think is just ridiculous because like okay, yeah, like a lot of times she was there supporting Cloud, but I mean, like that's so common in like so many stories. I mean, are you going to criticize Lord of the Rings like, oh, everyone was there to support Frodo? Like he was the ring bearer. Like
Yeah.
like he's the main character. Like I mean, I don't know. Like she's one of my favorite characters. Like her story, I felt was just like so gripping to me.
I think one interesting thing to point out is that like Zach is a very popular character, right?
Right.
And he actually started gaining popularity because of his scenes in this game prior to the spin-offs and Crisis Core and all that, right?
Right.
And one of the reasons is because he broke Cloud and himself out of the experiment in Nibelheim, right? And Cloud was just a vegetable, right? But he took him, and supported him, and like he's basically dragging his body around. He has no idea if Cloud is ever going to wake up, right? He's doing it out of the kindness of his heart. And then to bring it back to Tifa, she does the same thing when they find him in the Medial village, and like you remember, he's
Mhm.
he's out of it in the wheelchair, and she just wants to be with him, and like she has no idea if he's ever going to wake up. Like people fall in a coma, and sometimes that's it, right? Like it's that's like a very um, touching and kind of overlooked thing. I feel like when it comes to Tifa in this game, like she gave up everything just to be with Cloud again, probably because of how guilty she felt, for hiding the secret like she did, and not and also abandoning him in his moment of need at the Northern Crater, like you said.
Right.
So it's like,
Well,
no, there's a lot to this character other than just being like the female lead who's there to support the main character no matter what, right?
And she has like
Yeah.
a personality trait of like being non-confrontational or shy.
Hmm.
In her, uh, it's kind of a weird, ironic thing because she's got this like sex symbol like design, but she's
Yes.
actually very shy and timid.
Hmm.
On top of that, so it's kind of a weird, interesting clash.
yeah.
Yes. Hmm.
Well, imagine though, if your hometown was burnt down, your family was killed, you were pushed to the brink of death, you almost died, and you transported to another city you've never been to, and as far as you know, everyone's dead. It's been 5 years, and then somebody from that place, somebody your next door neighbor shows up, and they start saying like things happen differently, right?
Yeah.
And you have large gaps in your memory. It was a really traumatic experience. Like you wouldn't want to know if they're telling the truth. Like, did your father die like that? Like you would want to know, right? You
Hmm.
you would want to know like how your town was dismantled. Like you would want to know. So I think there's definitely a drive there too for her to um stay with Cloud and try to figure this out.
Yeah.
So
there's
because
there's a lot going on with the character, even though she doesn't have like a uh full Cosmo Canyon type of moment or segment dedicated to her, right?
right.
It's sprinkled in all along almost the entire story, like you said. All the
S-
big moments that Cloud has, like Tifa's right there.
Since she's got such like a tied story to Cloud, should we just go ahead and jump into Cloud here?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, because we already have like a leg in the water here. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, dude, like I'm not gonna sit there and like diarrhea of the mouth everything I like about Cloud. I want you guys to be able to talk too, but um, I mean, to me, Cloud, I think he's so enduring. I can't even talk today. Enduring as a um main character because, dude, he's so refreshing. Like he looks like, again, the stereotypical like JRPG hero, right? Like he's like a badass warrior, and like he ends up not being that. He's just lying. He's cowardice. Like he's been making all this up. He's a basket case. Like he ends up dooming humanity by giving the materia to Sephiroth. Like he's a complete mess. Like he's not that main guy. And like just like with his design and everything too, that like kind of matches that. Like if you had somebody that was trying to show off, like that was very like, oh yeah, I'm a badass. Like of course he would have like a huge giant sword on his back. You're like, what are you compensating for? You know, it's like of course he's insecure. So it's just like, I don't know, like this was totally a different take on a protagonist. And I think that, I don't know, like I think that's why it just sticks with so many people's minds because like he's relatable. Like he's doubts himself all the time. So I really like him for that reason and many, many others. But what do you guys have to say about
he
Cloud?
is such a dynamic main character on so many levels. He starts off as the typical I'm super cool, look up to me type of character. And what I love is the further you get in the game, the more the character gets deconstructed and brought down more and more till you get to the point where he goes on the fritz and he believes that he's actually a clone. He was never in Soldier and stuff like that. And you just get a completely different side. Like Cloud's been this cool, let's go get him type of attitude, and kind of some edginess there here and there. But even express moments of weakness, and it's amazing to see how they take a character as cool as that, and then it's like, guys, I was never in Soldier. I was just a lowly grunt. I got lucky and beat Sephiroth somehow by sheer luck or something like that. And like him having to come to terms with that, I thought was one of the most brilliant character arcs I've seen for a protagonist.
Right.
Yep. Well, I agree with everything you guys said, and Cloud is actually my favorite video game protagonist ever of any game I've ever played. And part of the reason is like for the reason you guys touched on, but I guess I'll add to kind of focus on child Cloud, right? Because that's like very important to his story. So it's touched on very briefly when Cloud is giving his story, but he mentions that his father passed away when he was young, right?
Right.
He never knew his father. And so that is like a very passing line, just like you can easily miss it if you're kind of just going through the dialogue, right? But I feel like that's something very important because it's telling you that he didn't have a strong male role model growing up when he was a kid, right?
That's true.
And then because of that, or at least that's probably a contributing factor, he had trouble fitting in with Tifa and her group, right? Because so from the very beginning, his sense of confidence or sense of self, right, was kind of, he was put in a worse position, right? Let's put it that way. Then his town has like a Mako reactor in it, and so Shinra is always like is there, and they're a very big influence on the city, on the town, right? It's just this very small town, kind of like a everybody who lives there knows everybody type of situation. But the Shinra newspaper is the only thing that comes in because they make the news, right? So naturally, he's going to start hearing stories about Soldier and Sephiroth, right? And that's going to kind of inform his identity of like what a strong male man is supposed to be, right? And then it goes the step further with the scene with the mountain, right? So he obviously fancies Tifa, and Tifa, you know, it's the day that her mother died, so she's, you know, having this traumatic experience, and she goes to the mountain, the dangerous mountain pass, and she's just kind of walking, you know, through a dangerous area, and it shows in the cutscene like her friends, like her actual friends. Cloud was kind of like an acquaintance, right? Like kind of more of like an outcast.
Right.
But her friends all chicken out. But Cloud keeps going, right? And then he ends up getting blamed for her falling, right? And so it's just like this moment of like, it is a kind of a cliche thing in like Japanese media, like the main character is like, oh, if only I were stronger, right? But in the case for this character, like it makes complete sense if you think about his life leading up to that point, like his environment, right? The history with his family and everything that's led up to that point. And like these are like very subtle things that you don't see in a lot of video game writing for the time and also now. Like it's just like all these little building blocks, right? And they all add up and they make sense, and it just makes like a very complete character, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, there's all these like videos online right now because of 7 Remake's coming out soon. You know, with all this analysis on Final Fantasy 7, and it's really great stuff. But I sometimes feel that people really overlook what all the developers of Final Fantasy 7, you know, Sakaguchi, Nomura, Katase, Nojima, they all said the theme of Final Fantasy 7 was life, and people just kind of overlook that. And I think that when you look at Cloud's childhood and like everybody's, you know, character arc, but especially Cloud, I think what they meant by that was the value of life, right? And I think that Cloud's defining character flaw is like just the way he views himself and like the
Yes.
self-worth that he applies to himself. And once he realizes like he's actually worth living, you know, like it's worth for him to continue, like he's able to actually, you know, attract Tifa, which was the thing he wanted to do the whole time. Or, you know, he's able to defeat Sephiroth and become the person he wants to be. But it's the fact that, you know, like you said, like he had this poor childhood, and he had this one negative moment where he was blamed, and it wasn't even realistic. I mean, Tifa's father blamed Cloud for her being injured, but that was the day like this man's wife died.
Yeah, so if you think about it, like he probably wasn't thinking rationally anyway, but that's not the way Cloud took it, right?
And when
that drastically changed his trajectory in life, that moment.
Self-esteem. Yeah, but the thing is, when like that's why I love when they go back and Tifa gets to see that moment, because she doesn't even remember it, right? Because she was in a coma. She looks at it as an adult, and because people do this all the time. They'll think back to something they failed at, and they'll think like, I can't, like, I'm so embarrassed, like, that sucked, like, and somebody else will look at it and they're like, they got a wildly different interpretation. Tifa looked at that and was like, you were there for me. What are you talking about? All these other people ran away, and you're sitting there eating yourself up because because, you know, like you felt like you were weak. These other people were weak. They ran away. Or like you were embarrassed. You were in Soldier. You took on Sephiroth. Like, and like you outmaneuvered him somehow, you know, when this other guy from Soldier lost. Like what are you talking about, you know? And it's just like that like mindset that Cloud has. And I like, it's just amazing though, because he thinks so poorly of himself, like it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you keep thinking that way, you're eventually going to become that person. And he becomes that person because he eventually believes that he is a puppet. He's a failed experiment. He's begging Hojo for a number. He gives the freaking materia to Sephiroth. Like, he becomes the thing like he feared most, you know? So it's just like, that's why when they say the theme is life, like I think like they mean like the value of life and just like the value of living and like, you know, of continuing on and finding value in yourself. Like I don't know. I kind of got a similar vibe to you from Cloud. Like it's just really moving, I think.
Yeah. One thing I want to add,
sure,
because like it's kind of hard to put into words, but like so many people will play the game and remember Cloud for the character design, right? Obviously, like a very iconic hero, badass character design, right? And there's just so much more depth to him behind that, and that's kind of the whole purpose of the character, right? Is that there's he like it was a facade, right?
Right.
Like, and but he put his whole value and self-worth into that idea from when he was a child, and then he told himself a lie, essentially, right? Is the way you can think of it. So he failed to make it into soldier, but then during the traumatic events, you know, and leading up to the start of the game, he told himself a lie that he did make soldier because the feeling of inadequacy was like the low point of his life, right? When he didn't make it. And he didn't want to go back to that, right? Because he had put his entire self-worth into that occupation, essentially, right? Like, I'm going to make it into soldier. That's my thing.
That's
that
a litmus test for my value as a person.
Yeah, if I do that, like, my value as a human being has value. Like, it's worth something to others, right?
Right.
And then when he failed, like, he felt so inadequate that he just like retreated from reality, right? And the key point, I think, is like pretty much everybody can relate to something like that. Obviously, it's a fantasy story, right? So they blow it up to like very extremes, exaggerated circumstances. But that helps them comment on things that like everybody can relate to. Like, everybody has had a moment where they, you know, really tried to build or work up towards something or some goal, and it just didn't work out. Like, if you failed, right? Unless your name is Rufus Shinra or something, right? You had a traumatic experience where you really put your everything into something, and like it didn't happen. It didn't work out. And a lot of people, it's easier to just lie or forget about that or pretend it never happened, right? Or brush it off and pretend it's not a big deal. It's very hard to kind of look at yourself and say like, well, okay, I failed to do this, but that doesn't mean I am a failure, right?
Right.
That's kind of like the whole message of like Cloud's character, I feel like, in a nutshell. Like, you know, the badass hero that he was pretending to be, you don't put your whole self of sense worth in your occupation or that like ideal self that you want to become, right? Because if it doesn't work out, you better have something else to fall back on, right?
Right.
Like, yeah. So I'm kind of rambling a bit, but I'll leave it there. So.
No, I mean, I totally agree, and I don't want to beat a dead horse with that, but like, I personally have always like, especially after like joining the Marine Corps, like I kind of like saw a different way of looking at things, right? And like I really learned that when people, like when you think negatively, right, or about yourself or about like what your capabilities are, like it just becomes destructive. Like if you think there's no hope or like you're not as good as other people, like it's just if you keep thinking that way, like it's just naturally going to become like a fulfilling prophecy in your own life, because you know you're not going to like have any ambition, you're not going to take risk, you're not going to, and I'm not talking about starting your own company or something. I'm talking about like going out and hanging out with some friends, like putting yourself out there, like, you know, like making a career move. Like you're just going to be miserable, and miserable people sometimes do terrible things. And, and you see that with like what Cloud did. And like, it's just so crazy that you see it mirrored in Sephiroth, because he thought the same things. I mean, he thought like, I'm an experiment. I'm just a puppet of Shinra. Like I'm creating a lab. I don't have any like family, like, you know, all this terrible stuff. And like, you know, he didn't have a Tifa. He didn't have somebody to prop him up. And he just sat there with it for days and just like, you know, went crazy. So like, I mean, it's a very, very strong story that I think just speaks to a lot of people, like you said. Another thing that I do like about Cloud, though, I do like that throughout the story, the game's littering little pieces of clues that Cloud isn't who he says he is. And you kind of skip over it your first time through, like you don't even think about it. And some of them are like really like in your face, right? Like The first time you meet President Shinra and Midgar, Cloud steps forward and he's like, "I'm Cloud, soldier first class." And Shinra's like, "I don't know who you are." Like, you know, but you think like, oh, he just doesn't remember him. There's a weapons dealer in Midgar that apparently deals with soldier first class, right? And Cloud's like, "Oh, I'm first class." And he's like, "I don't know who you are." Right. And then throughout the game, she asks in Cosmo Canyon, "Are you who you say you are?" And even on the date with Aerith, if you go on a date with Aerith, she mentions that she used to think he was like Zack, but now that she's got to know him, she thinks like that whole soldier thing is just like a mask, and she wants to know who's the real person. Like, you know, like, because like everybody sees right through it, right? You know, so it's just like there's all these seeds planted that you just don't see until like you've played the game, you've seen the plot twist, and then you come back and like you're like, oh, okay, there's all these like moments that I just missed or I didn't give enough attention to. That's just I don't know, man. It's just like they knocked it out of the park with with this character. Like this is just like Jesus Christ. Where are these people that wrote this story? Like, what did they like? Where are they now? Why? Like,
there's there's another little hint or tidbit that you'll never notice until you play the game again. But during one of the flashback sequences, when Cloud goes back to his house, right, and he's obviously at this point he's telling the false memory of what happened in Nibelheim, right? He's talking to his mother, and it kind of flashes in and out of conversations, like kind of cryptic, right? And she's like, "Oh, Cloud, I haven't seen you in so long." And then she has a moment where she says, "So is that a soldier uniform?" Right? And he just says, "Mom, I ... and it flashes to white and goes to the next scene, right?
Yeah,
Cloud had to block that out of his memory, because if that actually happened like that, he would have had to say, "No, Mom, this is a Shinra grunt, like blue uniform. I didn't make it into soldier," right? He would have had to admit it to her to that moment. So he either changed the conversation, but since he's still living the facade of soldier first class, the memory cuts to white. He can't he can't have that anymore, of that conversation with his mother, so it flashes to white and it just moves on.
Yeah.
Like there's like so many little details like that. It's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, this is a slight, separate thing here, but I just love when they like are like retelling the Nibelheim incident like it actually happened, because you see the Nibelheim incident 3 times in the game. Like that's really what the game's about, this mystery, what happened, right? And you see it 3 times. You see it from Cloud's messed up point of view, then you see it from Sephiroth's point of view / Tifa's kind of, and then you finally see it from the real Cloud, right? And when you see it from the real, like the Cloud's real memory, like that moment where like infantryman in a blue uniform walks into the final area with Sephiroth, and then like he slowly pulls the sword out, and then he takes his helmet off, and you see the his yellow spiky hair pop up. Like I'm like, dude, that was just like, I don't know, like that was just so powerful to me. Like that, like, oh, it's been that guy the whole time. I mean, I think they kind of let you in on it a little bit earlier, but just like that moment, I still thought that was Zack that did that, but no, it was Cloud,
Yep.
Dude, it was just masterful the way they did that. It's just
such a great reveal.
Yeah. I guess one other thing here, and like, I mean, we could tie this into other characters here, but I think like there's a lot of conversation beyond like with Sephiroth, like, is he really bad, or was Jenova just like influencing him, right? Like, is he at fault? And I think that if you look at Cloud, you can say, well, I think Sephiroth is a morally corrupt person. I think he is at fault, because there's a scene where Jenova is trying to, or I've used them interchangeably, but Jenova or Sephiroth, they're trying to force Cloud to kill Aerith in the Temple of the Ancients, right? And you have to keep pressing X to like not have it happen before Sephiroth just does it. And Cloud's able to stop doing it, right? He's able to say no. And
with some help from his friends.
But he's still able to do it, right?
He was able to stop himself, yeah.
So there is some level of free will there. And so I think that's the greatest argument, I think, that Sephiroth is evil, even though I really like him in Crisis Core as a person. Like he's kind of a bad dude. Like he there is some he doesn't have to do, even if it's highly if he's being influenced by Jenova, just really influenced by her and just like really making him think horrible things. I mean, the fact that that influence might be so strong, he still had the opportunity to say no. So
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's the greatest case for that. So, and
one
go ahead.
one thing to add to your point, and I guess we're transitioning to Sephiroth here, right?
Yeah.
Like
I do
you
have a
mentioned,
negative, but go ahead.
okay, well, like you mentioned earlier, with Sephiroth, there was no Tifa for him, right? There was no one to support him in his moment of an identity crisis that happened in the Nibelheim incident. And I've always thought about this, but like that was like the low point of his life, right? That was the most traumatic thing to ever happen to him, to realize that he was the evidence suggested that he was a bred monster for war, right? But then he went down and into the Shinra basement and read the documents that were incomplete research, right? Like false research, but it reaffirmed to him that like he was special, right? Because he reads the documents that says Jenova is an ancient, right? But
yeah, gives some value.
That research was incomplete. It was misinformed, right? Even though it's Dr. Gast who wrote that, right? He was a scientist piecing together the best information he had at the time, right? And it reaffirmed to Sephiroth like, oh no, you are special, right? But then the Nibelheim incident happens. He falls through the life stream, and then he learns that's not true. He finds out that actually no, Jenova's an alien that came here to essentially take over the planet, right?
Right.
And then he accepts a new destiny for himself, right? That like, okay, well, I will rule the planet. I'll call down meteor. The life stream will all merge with it. I'll become a god, and I'll be special again, right? And then when we get to the Northern Crater scene, and like this is not something I picked up on like the first couple times I played the game, but the most traumatic thing to ever happen in his life was when he thought he was a monster bred for war, that the identity he knew for himself was false, right?
Right.
And then he weaponizes that and does the exact same thing to Cloud.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. He tries to make him feel the same exact way.
Yeah, like think to yourself like the most emotional, traumatic thing that has happened to you, and then what kind of monster would you be to try and forcefully make that happen to someone else? So like I understand having some empathy for Sephiroth in like his situation and like how it came about, right? And like how it's not his choice to have been born the way he was born, like as an experiment with Jenova cells and all that, right? Mm-hmm. And that he basically had no friends. Like he had, compilation material aside, in the original games, he had no friends, right? He was above everybody else, right? Which gave him this sense of, being special, right?
Right.
But then at that point, past that point, once you go beyond that, it's like, no, this guy was a monster. I'm sorry. Like the worst thing that ever happened to him, he used that against somebody else. That's just like that's psychotic behavior. There's no coming back from that.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, and
that's the way I feel about him.
Yeah. And just like, if you think about it too, I mean, Cloud kind of reacted in the same way when he was a kid because like he felt like the other kids didn't accept him. So what did he do? He said that he said they were childish, that he was better,
Mm-hmm.
that he was more mature. Like he was better than them. Like, right. But deep down inside, he knew it was just his own insecurities. So it's a good correlation to have, but, one thing I do want to bring up that I thought was a negative with Cloud was that, and this isn't a negative with the character, just with the decision. I don't think the whole like Cloud being experimented on should have been like optional material, because like the game kind of like glosses over that, and it's like, yeah, like he stabbed Sephiroth and Sephiroth stabbed him, and he almost died, and like, okay, how did he get to Midgar? Like, that didn't quite explain to me why he decided to adopt this whole charade, right? Like, because Tifa was stabbed. She didn't like say she was Zack, right? Like, she didn't make something up, like the fact that he was like experimented on for like 5 years is pretty traumatic. Like, I think like he was being poisoned for like 5 years. And it's always kind of bothered me too, that the Cloud that we see at the beginning of the game, is he mentally 16 years old?
I mean, could be,
because he's had no life experience for 5 years, right? So it's they gloss over some of that stuff, and I wish they would have touched on it a little bit more, at least the experiment part, because then I would have looked at that and said, okay, like, now I understand that, like, why you could like be so messed up in the head, aside from the fact that like your entire town was burnt down, your mom died, everyone died. I get that, but that little extra component, I feel like, adds a lot of clarity.
It does. It shouldn't have been optional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we were on Sephiroth. Should we continue with that, or is there more that we want to say about him? I mean,
well, I touched on all the story piece of him. Yeah.
I mean, Cloud is such an iconic character that he is on Smash Bros.
Yeah.
What about Sephiroth here? I mean, we just talked about him, I think, at length, but I mean, he's just a good villain. He's just a good villain. I mean,
he's a good horror movie style villain.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Where like every time he is in the room, something bad is going to happen. It's a guarantee. Even if it's something small or something big. When you had a villain like Kefka is unpredictable. So you never know what may happen with him around. But Sephiroth, though, is like, something's going to happen. Someone's going to get hurt. He's going to take something from you. Like, he is going to make things worse for you when he's there.
Well, I think Sephiroth is scary because you can identify with like what he's going through, right? And that's the reason, to me anyways, why he's so scary, because like it kind of like mirrors like the like dark corner of your brain of like where like things could go. Not like that you're going to try to become a god or anything like that, but just like witnessing like the fall of somebody that was actually kind of a decent person, I mean, he got to town, he kind of joked around with Cloud, like, oh, this is your hometown. Go ahead, take the night off, go be with your friends, like everything like that. I mean, so it's just kind of, I think the fact that you can empathize with Sephiroth, it like really adds a lot of weight to just what he became,
I feel like you can empathize with him
to a degree.
The situation that created him. Yeah.
That's what I mean. I don't mean empathize with trying to destroy humanity or
yeah, it's like once he like once he or like he's controlling Jenova to break out of the Shinra building, at that point it's kind of like the ship has sailed, I feel like, as far as kind of the empathy goes for the character. It is definitely very sad, and how things got to that point, but then later at some point he still chose to be a horrible human being, I feel.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I think I already went a lot over what made Sephiroth in particular great when we went through our positives and negatives. So it's basically the same thing. A lot of what showed us how powerful he is done through the gameplay and not necessarily just telling us. I love the way that he is foreshadowed in Midgar before we get to the very end where there's like a trail of blood and everything like that. I like the revelations about him and how well experienced he is in manipulating people. He has an amazing final boss fight, and he has one of the most iconic scenes ever is Cloud confronting him one-on-one with a slash to the face.
Dude, that was such an epic moment. Are you talking about at the end with, it's the final battle. It's Cloud defeating Sephiroth within his mind, and it's just Omni Slash and just kills him in like one hit, basically.
Yeah.
Or 1,000 hits.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but when I replay the game, I never go get Omni Slash in the gold saucer until after I've beaten the game. Because I want to see that moment of like the first time he uses that technique, right?
Yeah.
Is at the very end. Because that's the experience I had when I first played the game. When I first beat it, he used this skill called Omni Slash, right? And it's just this epic thing. And they even, put more detail into those specific 2 character models for that fight. And that's like, it just has such a lasting impression, that moment. And then like, you want to keep playing and do extras, like go get Omni Slash. But I feel like it minimizes kind of the impact of that moment if you're like just going down the North Crater and you're like Omni Slashing random enemies.
Yeah.
Like
Omni Slashing a bat or something. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I always wait and go beat the game, and then he uses that Omni Slash, and then I load up a previous save. And if I want to keep going and do the end game content, then then you go get Omni Slash at that point, right? But I always like to finish the story first and see it play out in that fashion.
I don't know if this is like a Japanese storytelling thing, but I kind of feel like it is. But I love it, like with those types of endings where, like in Western culture, we like our big epic battles and like this long drawn out, like 15-minute fight. We want that like confrontation and like, man, they're really a match of equals. And like, that last minute, like they end up like in desperation beating the enemy. Right. But like, dude, I don't know. Like there's something about the, like, you're pissed off. This person's done terrible things to you. And you finally get there. And it's just like no contest. Like this guy's just done. It's like the end of IP Man or something. Like it's just like I don't know. There's something so satisfying about that because like I don't expect it, and like it's just awesome.
Yeah, and the only time ever in the game the limit break bar just builds up on its own.
Yeah,
it starts at 0 when the battle begins, and by the time it's your turn, it times it perfectly. Like the limit break is available.
You're like, oh, limit break. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing sequence.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. What do we got here? Well, we got to talk about Aerith. So,
what's so special about her?
She's one of the most iconic characters in a video game.
Yeah.
What's your opinion, man?
Oh man, dude. Okay, so like Aerith for me, like, aside from like when she initially, died the first time when I was a little kid, like that, like really hit me. I think that like I think it was a combination of the fact that I used her in my party. I was used to her being my medic, so I had that like kind of like loss on that front with gameplay. But then also the fact that like I just didn't expect a video game character to die like that. Usually, if they're gonna have a character die or like go away, they don't put a lot of effort into the character. But like she was a full character. Like I totally caught me off guard. She had, you could limit break, get all of her limit breaks. She had a final weapon. Like they went all out to like not let you know that she was gonna die.
Right.
So like that moment when she does die, oh my God, when I was a kid, like I was just like, what? And then like I remember my my friend down the road when I was a kid, we were 12. He was all about the Nintendo 64. I was the PlayStation guy, but he ended up buying Final Fantasy 7 on PC because he saw me playing it, and I was with him, and he was playing it on PC. And Aerith died, and he was just like, dude, like he was like losing it. He just like threw the box down. He was mad. He was like, "This game's so effing stupid," and like he refused to play it for like another month because he was just like so upset about it. I mean, dude, that moment right now, it's like Luke, I am your father level, but like then, like, dude, that was just like, dude, that was like I didn't even know what to think. Like that was such a big moment in the game. Like it was just so unexpected for me, anyways.
Yeah,
I was in denial when it happened.
Yeah, I thought she was gonna come back too.
In a lot of games, you temporarily lose a character or they die, but you find a way to bring them back to life later. I was thinking that was eventually going to happen because she was like your go-to healer. You took all this time to build her up, and she doesn't have a replacement character. Like even in FF5, Galef Krill completely replaced Galef.
Yep.
In that game, and there was no replacement for Aerith. Like and I think this was all intentional. Like she's out of your party. Like you have to adjust without her. And the entire game, I'm thinking to myself, oh, they eventually got to bring her back. This is just how stories work with these type of games. And, we're at the final dungeon. And you're like, you know what? I'm starting to think they don't intend to bring her back. Yeah. So I kind of feel like you're going through the stages of grief along with the characters in your own special way. Like you just lost like your best healer and all stuff like that. And now you kind of you get angry about it. Then get depressed over it, and then you start bargaining, as in like you try to find different ways or like side quests and strategy guides to try to find some way to get her back that doesn't involve a game shark.
Yeah, there were all kinds of rumors.
Except at the end, and you're like, all right, let's put the cure material on Yuffie or something.
Yeah. Eric, I know that you mentioned earlier you're kind of on a time limit. You may have to cut out a little bit early. Are you kind of getting to that point, or are you?
I am at that point.
Okay. Do you have anything you want to just kind of send off about Final Fantasy VII before you go, or?
It is truly a classic. It may not be the OG RPG, but it is definitely one of the most. It is the most revolutionary JRPG to ever come out. It pretty much solidified like cinematic type storytelling in RPG.
Yeah,
and every RPG up to this point has tried to be the next Final Fantasy VII, and it has not been that way. And from the way it looks like it, FF7 itself can't be the next FF7.
Yep.
And it's pretty crazy how incredibly high bar it created. And that just goes to show how dedicated the team was to making something that amazing. And I don't know if we'll ever get anything like that again, just because the way technology is.
Right.
But if it does, I will be very surprised. It is definitely one of the most important games ever made.
Totally agree.
Yep.
Totally agree. Mm-hmm. Well said.
Put very well. Yep.
But with that, I do bid you all adieu.
All right, sir. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Yep.
So we did not plan having Aerith, or bringing up Aerith and her death, then also bringing up the fact that Eric had to go at that moment. That was not planned. But anyways, let's keep going here. So we're still on Aerith. We're talking about her death. Dude, I had the same reaction first off, are you good on time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But I had the same reaction as Eric. Like I thought she was going to come back. Like I even had my strategy guide that my grandma got me that I was talking about at the beginning of this podcast. And I read the rest of it, like to try to see is she coming back? Right. I didn't read it. Like I went through it looking for her name. Right. Mm-hmm. And I saw her name wasn't in there, and I was like, okay, well, I'll find a way. Like I remember in my mind, I thought I could beat the game at its own creation. Like I would find a way to do it. Right. And so I don't know. It's just kind of interesting that how I thought about games back then, because now I understand, well, if it wasn't programmed like that, you're not gonna be able to do it, mm-hmm. But I thought I would be able to do something to make it happen, or, like you said, a Game Shark or something like that to kind of bring her back. But, one thing I really liked about her, I didn't like her death at all, but the thing I liked about the story element was, the symbolism used in her death, I felt was so in keeping with that theme of life that the game's about, right? Because even all the way to the final cutscene, you kind of feel Aerith's presence and her influence, and the final scene in the final cutscene of the game is Aerith praying as it fades out. She that she was still around, that she never went away. That the cycle of spirits, you cycle back to the planet. You're always there. You never fully go away. I mean, I think that like the game really showed that, yeah, you can be remorseful about this. It's a sad event, but they're not fully gone. They're always with you. So I thought that was a really touching moment, but just a really just very in keeping with what the kind of the message the game was trying to tell.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
from my experience, when I saw her die, it was very shocking. But not just because of the moment in the game itself and all the time you had put into the character, but the games I had played previously, Final Fantasy 2, which is actually Final Fantasy 4, right?
Yeah.
I played that game and I had beat it before even hearing of Final Fantasy 7, and then the characters who die in that game all come back, right? Except for one, Tella, right? But he was an old man, right? So it's a little bit different. And he did like a kind of a noble sacrifice type of situation also, right?
Right.
But then I played Final Fantasy 6 right after that, and you recruit all the characters, and then there's a moment where you lose all the characters. But if you know where to go and what to do,
you get them
all back, right?
Yeah.
And so I was like you. I was like, oh my gosh, like she died. Like, well, there must be some way that we bring her back.
We'll take care of it in the world of ruin. Yeah.
Yeah. But then it never happens. And then because of that, that's like what you said, that's like what makes you think about the theme. And like there's a moment where I can't remember exactly when it happens, but Cloud talks to Tifa on the airship, and he says he kind of goes down the idea of like she knew the whole time she had to call Holy, so she went ahead without me and did it because she knew what was going to happen. It was like a noble sacrifice or whatever type of angle, right? That he's saying. And Tifa actually pushes back on it, and she says, like, no, I don't think she knew that she was going to die.
She was always talking about the next time. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the line. That's what she said.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh man, it just made the moment more powerful, like, and the storytelling through gameplay aspect of it is there as well, right? Because you as a player invested time into the character, right? The character grew stronger alongside the other characters, but then the character, you lose the character, like you lose your time investment from a mechanical standpoint, in the character.
Let me ask you this, because I think I already know the answer to this, but whenever I replay Final Fantasy VII, except one time I didn't do this, but I always play with Aerith in my party till that moment, even knowing that she's going to die, because I feel like that's part of the story. Like I'm supposed to do that. I know that there was one time where I was like, well, let me be intelligent about this. I could have somebody else in my party, and then that way I don't have to use her. I don't have to take that loss. And like, it was still a good game, obviously, but, like I felt like it was better when I used her, do you still use her in your playthrough, or do you don't use her?
It lands more if you do, right? Yeah. So,
cause I know you said you don't go and get Omni Slash before you beat the game for that reason, right? So I figured you would play the game, but with her.
Yeah, I don't. I try to play the game in a way that makes most sense story-wise, right? So like, yes, I level Aerith and I put time into Aerith even though I know what's going to happen. I go recruit Vincent, and then even if I don't use him very much, like just kind of in the whatever normal events like huge materia quest or something, right? He's not terribly important at that moment. But when I confront Hojo at the end of the Midgar section, he's always in the party for that reveal, right? That Hojo is a madman, right? And is actually the true father of Sephiroth, because Vincent needs to be there to hear that, like in the story. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he actually has some, like a little bit of unique dialogue there. Whereas another character would just kind of say like, "Oh, this guy's nuts," or like, "We're taking you down," or something.
You're
You know, like
talking
kind
about
of just
that
like,
final confrontation.
yeah, just like a filler line. Like, but Vincent is like, I think he says something like, "The one who should have slept forever is you, Hojo," right? And it's like, oh, like you don't get that if you don't use him at that point in the
Well,
in the story,
I don't
you
want to
know.
get on a
So
tangent, but I marked it as a negative that he's not required to be in that moment if you have
yeah,
him, because like I didn't have him this time, just because I was going through the game and I was like, it hit me. I should have had him in that at that moment, but he just stands on like the stairwell before Hojo, and you talk to him, and he's like Hojo dot dot dot, and then my party goes and fights Hojo, and I'm like, dude, you should have forced yourself in my party,
yeah, he should have, yeah.
like because I forgot about that, but
hmm But they're they're kind of in a weird spot since he's an optional character, and if you don't even go to the optional area where to see his backstory,
yeah, it wouldn't
then
make
all of a
sense,
sudden, if he's calling out Hojo, it doesn't land correctly, right?
right?
Because you haven't seen the optional cutscene of him and Shara
Yeah.
or Lucrecia rather. Um, yeah,
Well,
so I do think you could. I'm in agreement that you could pencil that in as a bit of a negative.
yeah, I mean, I think they could have programmed it to where if you had the character in your party, certain things were required,
hmm
right?
Yeah.
Kind of like with Yuffie, like with her stealing your materia. I mean, technically, you land in that area, she's going to take it. But yeah. Anyways, but back to Aerith though. I don't know. She's iconic. I mean, I think my favorite scene with her though, to be honest, is it's pretty early on in Midgar. Is when Elmra, I think I'm saying that right,
Oh
uh,
yes.
but Aerith's mom or adoptive mother, she's telling Barrett and Tifa and Cloud, um, the moment she met Aerith. And dude, that is just such a beautiful scene. Like the screen's all white, it's all black and white. It's got some like the Aerith's theme music under it, and like it's just like a white fog, right? And you see Elmra talk about the war with Wutai, right? And that her husband was supposed to be returning home soon. She went to the train station every day. He was never there, but she would see all these other people, and then one day she saw Aerith's mother lying like hurt on the ground and a small child, Aerith. And the thing that got me in that moment was the casual way she says, you saw that a lot during the war, you know,
hmm
like that you would see like orphan children over their dead parents, basically. And then like it goes on talking about Aerith and like how she knew she had powers, but she kind of hid it. But Aerith came down the stairwell one day and said, please don't be sad, but your husband's died. He's returned to the planet before he could see you. And she didn't believe it. And a few days later, she got the news, and you can kind of see her crying on the table. And it's just like I'm giving this whole sequence not enough justice, because if you watch it, like it's just like you just sit there, and you're like, that was a great scene. Like that was just so captivating, so moving. It was like a perfect description of like her background story. Like, I just loved it. I loved every moment of it. I ate it up.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. I almost forgot about that. That is such a powerful moment, and like the scene's function, like in the plot, is to tell you Aerith's
An ancient,
uh, origin and
right?
ancient and her special powers, and like that's why we got to go. She was kidnapped by Shinra, and like that's why they care about her, and that's why we have to go save her.
Right.
But they like they made you care about Elmira, this NPC,
Yeah.
right? That is like in the
Like
grand
5
scheme of
scenes.
things, like yeah, like not a very not a
Not
totally inconsequential character, but not the most important character in the game, right? But like I am like so as I've gotten older and when I replay that segment, like it gets to me because just the dialogue and she kind of explaining what happened, like going to the train station every day and seeing like the other husbands, right, of the neighborhood like return from war, but your partner never returns, right? That's
right.
just like I can't imagine what that's like. And then when she when she finds Aerith in that moment, right, over her mother, it's almost like she needed Aerith as much as Aerith needed her, right?
Yeah.
When that happened, because she had lost her own family. Essentially, she didn't know it yet at the time,
Mm-hmm.
but then later they fill you in very quickly. Fast forward a little bit, and it's like, yeah, her husband died, and there was like just a time delay, I assume, of that news reaching her.
Yeah.
So that's
And
just
kind
like,
of Aerith kind of didn't necessarily fill the gap in the same way, but just like, having something there to care for and, um,
yeah,
take
yeah,
her, give her a focus to get up every day. Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
It's heartbreaking, really.
yeah.
Like it's kind of
So I'm just, yeah.
unbelievable.
Well, that's the type of stuff, like, I think, like, when I was a kid, like, I was just like, okay, next scene, you
Yeah,
know?
it kind of the emotional depth of it kind of flies over your head because you're just thinking like, oh, so that's what Aerith is about. Like that's her superpower. That's her role in the story. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And it does like serve that function very well. But there's like this depth they added to it that in the grand scheme of things was so unnecessary, right?
Right.
But like things like that just add to the game so much.
Well,
Like when you replay it and like try to, gain a new appreciation for the story as you get older.
and that's what we're always talking about when we're talking about, like, showing something instead of just, explaining it. Like, it's not necessarily bad that they explain stuff sometimes, but, you know, look how much they developed. And it was such a powerful moment. And its sole purpose, like you said, was just to show why Aerith was special, right?
Hmm.
Like why they were after her, because she had this ability. And, they could have just told you that. They kind of did, but they didn't. The fact that they showed it in, like, in a meaningful way, I think really, like, hit home, like, that she talks to the planet. It's not just her talking to the planet. Like, it speaks back, like still feels her mother's presence there. Like, and, it's just, it's just excellent storytelling.
Yep.
Um, so, I also thought that, I mean, some people don't like her character because they feel like she doesn't have a ton of character development. But dude, I feel like she's this, like, brash young girl when you meet her, right?
Hmm.
She's like hiding from Shinra, and her decision to travel with Cloud and then later deciding to leave Midgar, I think, is a big moment in her life because she decides to investigate what's going on with the planet, kind of follows her mother's footsteps. But then
Hmm.
also that, like, when she goes and, like, by herself to pray for Holy, like, okay, yeah, she might have, like she said, I'll see you when I get back. Like, she intended to come back. But, like, dude, that's not the same Aerith at the beginning of the game. like
No.
she's really grown a lot, I feel like. So I really feel like she does have a real good character arc there. That was definitely a positive for the game for me. Um
Yeah.
and her relationship with Sung, I totally missed that crap. Like,
What?
until this playthrough.
Oh,
Like,
really?
yeah, well, I knew that, like, he was, like, a nicer Turk. Like, I
Hmm.
remembered that, and that he was kinda nice to her or whatever, but, like, I kinda forgot that, like, with Aerith crying, almost not crying, but just depressed, when she finds him, like, dying, like, and
Hmm.
they're like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Well, I've known him my entire life," you know?
Yeah.
And, just seeing that scene back when she was a little girl, that, like, the way he talked to her, when he's like, "Hey, don't you wanna, go find out more about your mother? Like, you don't you hear voices?" Like, he's not, like, trying to scare her or anything. Like, he's a nice guy at his heart, right? So
Yeah.
I
There.
missed that.
Yeah. It is, I guess, kind of missable now that I think about it because there's also the
The
scene where they first reveal that is an optional cutscene with the Turks in Gungaga.
Yeah.
If you when you go to Gungaga and you
Mhm.
confront the Turks there and like you overhear a conversation they're having, and that's where they reveal that Rude likes Tifa, Elena likes Sung, but Sung likes Aerith, right?
Yeah.
And it is just kind of like a passing comment. They say like, "Oh no, he likes that ancient." Well, there's only one ancient, so we know who he's talking about, obviously. But
Well,
like
it's kinda
it,
creepy though, because he was a grown man when she was a child.
yeah, yeah, it is kind of well, yep. there's not much else that can be said about that. But
yeah,
But
I
yeah,
think
you
they were
you
just giving him
can
a hard time, like
yeah you can miss it. Yeah,
because they kind of they retcon it with Crisis Core and say that he cares about Aerith because he was friends with Zack, you know,
yeah,
and I kind of like that. I kind of like that.
yeah.
Um, negatives though, for me with her, there was so much time spent with her in Midgar that I thought was awesome. But once you leave Midgar, she doesn't come the focus again in a big way until you visit the Temple of the Ancients and the City of the Ancients and Gold
Mhm.
Saucer. And granted, that's a ton of like just time spent with that character. You're talking like 3 main areas spent one like basically like focused on her after the
Mhm.
fact. But um I don't know. I felt like if you wanted to criticize it, you could have said there could have been some more scenes with her. I mean, it goes back to what I said at the beginning of the game. Like, if you didn't have her in your party, you know, you weren't getting all that optional dialogue in every story sequence where she would comment on stuff. And so,
Mhm.
you know, I could see where someone might think that, you know, there's kind of a gap there.
Yeah, it's kind of a consequence of how they structure the plot from Costa del Sol up to Rocket Town,
Yeah.
right? Because you arrive in Costa del Sol, and then you immediately you go through kind of a dungeon or like you traverse to Corel, right? And then Barret becomes the focus. And then as soon as you're done with Corel, you get the buggy, and then you go to Cosmo Canyon, and then Red 13 becomes the focus, right?
Right.
And then as soon as you are finished with Cosmo Canyon, you go to Nibelheim, and so then obviously like when you return there, there isn't like a ton of story content, but like clearly Cloud and Tifa, if you bring her in your party at that point, is the focus, right? Then you get to
Yeah.
the other side, and you're in Rocket Town, and they have to introduce a new character, Sid. And then at that point, then it's time to go back to the Gold Saucer and Temple of the Ancients, where they bring back Aerith as kind of like more of the focus. So it's kind of like it's tough because you know you have the 3 character party,
Which
and
is a positive because you're able to spend more time with whoever's in your party. You're able to have more
yeah,
scenes, right?
yeah. But then it's like, well, they structured all they wanted to give you all the backstory of these characters like back to back to back to back, you know, almost.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it all in a row, and then like the focus comes back to Aerith, and then it leads up to to the climatic moment of her character. So I can see where you're coming from, but I don't know what else they could do other than like force her into your party during Barrett's section. But then if they did that, you would be like, well, shouldn't like maybe Tifa be here instead? She knows Barrett a little bit better,
Yeah.
right? Or so that is an interesting one to think about. I don't, I can't, I can't think of a solution of how they could have done it better.
Yeah,
But
it's the only thing I could have thought of is if they removed a little bit of the freedom for you to choose whoever's in your party with the the pager or whatever or the cell phone, um,
mhm.
and did it more like Final Fantasy 9, where it's like, okay, your crew is going to be these people, and they're going this way, and well, I guess you do get to choose a little bit at certain points, but regardless, it's like it shows you what's going on with the party elsewhere, you know, the party that's not
Mm.
in the party at the moment. Um,
I suppose what they could have done is if you're, and this is just speculation, but they could have maybe as you're going through the Nibelheim reactor and kind of the caves on your way to get to Rocket Town, if they kind of forcefully split up your party, like you're saying, and had Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith like kind of fall or get separated from the rest of the group or something,
right,
so that you
something
had
like
to
that.
focus on those characters for just a little bit more, and kind of they could talk about like where they are, the mountain and Nibelheim and stuff, and kind of maybe give a little more backstory there,
But
while
you,
also having Aerith be more of the focus of like the interactions.
yeah,
Yeah, maybe they could have squeezed in another segment there, possibly.
you have to be careful though too because you know they're trying to keep this mystery,
Yeah, yeah, they're
right?
walking a fine line.
Yeah, and you can't have Tifa and Aerith talking too much because Tifa remembers Zack and Nibelheim, But then she starts to
does,
doubt it a little bit. And if she
Yeah.
talks to Aerith too much, Aerith is going to bring up Zack, right?
Yeah.
So, and they kind of do have that moment a little bit when they go to Gangaya. But the only other thing I wish we would have had, and I'm kind of interested in your thoughts, is given Sephiroth initially thought he was an ancient, and then we learned that Jenova like hated the ancients, right? And they kind of like basically defeated Jenova the first time. I understand like the story. They're trying to have the sense of mystery and a motivation for the characters to continue. So, you know, maybe if they revealed that to Aerith, that Sephiroth is not an ancient too early, it might have ruined some things later. But I thought there should have been some kind of like dialogue with Aerith reflecting more on Sephiroth, like that she's very distraught with what Sephiroth, an ancient, is doing, right? That like the things that she always knew about ancients, like this doesn't seem like something that they would do. Like, but I guess if she's kind of laying it on thick like that, it's almost emphasizing that Sephiroth's not an ancient, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't know actually. That's something I hadn't really thought about. It's funny because like in the development history, we know that Sephiroth's hair like has the same kind of like two bends to it as like Aerith's hair.
I never even
does.
thought about that. Yeah,
It's the same, and that's because like the story started as like they were going to be brother and sister or something. Like that was the
original idea.
Yeah, and that was going to be their connection. And then they were still planning like, and then he was going to kill her, like kind of in the same setup. But then they moved away from that, you know, completely. So, yeah, there's all kinds of weird stuff, you know, like that.
Yeah. Well,
but that point you brought up about, you know, her questioning like him being an ancient and stuff like that, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that before.
Yeah. Are you good with time? We can keep going on the other characters.
Yeah.
Okay. What about Cid? I actually have a couple of things to talk about this guy, but do you have any thoughts with Cid?
Cid is another good character, I think.
I agree. I have slightly, I think, controversial opinion about him, but
well, certain aspects of his character have not aged well. Right?
That's for sure. Dude, this time when I was playing the game, like I don't know what it was. I think because like before, like I don't know, I would just play it through aimlessly, but now I was like kind of watching like a hawk, like trying to analyze every scene. And like I was like, dude, like this guy's a dick. Like
yep.
like really like just like Jesus, like I almost don't like this guy.
Yeah. Like his dialogue and relationship with Shara is played for comedy, right?
Right.
But
drink your goddamn tea and stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, in the I gotta be careful how I phrase this, but in the late 90s, like messed up stuff like this was not on everybody's mind, right?
Right.
It was not something that your mind went to at that time. Thankfully now it is, but it is kind of to the detriment of Cid going back to the original game, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he does have that moment of realizing, you know, all the horrible, how terrible he had been. For some people, that's not enough to redeem the character.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think looking back on it, like that's totally a fine way to look at it.
Yeah, I can see how you can come to that point.
Yeah. Because like he got to achieve his dream of going into space, right? But he realized that he was an idiot, right? Like he would have died if he just proceeded with the launch. And then he blamed Shara for all those years, and they had a very, you know, odd relationship, it seems, to put it like.
Yeah, they kind of were a couple after that.
Yeah, and they were like planning to get married the whole time, but like he hated her guts. But she was like staying with him because she herself saw that like she had an obligation to him because in her mind she caused the failure of the launch. So it is kind of like a very
very
messed up situation.
Here's the thing. I got like a because I put a lot of thought into this, and I think the reason people don't like it is all the things that you brought up before, and I think that those are very valid reasons. But I think that what I liked about this was that it was very real to me, right? Um,
Mm,
like while the actual struggle that he goes through is like with her is I felt was very mature, right? But it was distasteful, like the reasons you brought up.
hmm
I thought it was like a perfect like case study for how like an unhealthy relationship develops because like blaming other people for your misfortune or your failures is like just a hallmark of humanity, right? Like it's
mm,
something that like everyone does at some point. And I mean, you wonder like how do people like get into abusive relationships? Why do they stay? Stuff like that. Like a lot of times it just comes down to like nasty things like this. Like people just end up like we're nice to them and they end up blaming them for something and hold a grudge against them that they
yeah,
they just are treating them poorly and they're in a dark place and they're drinking and like just not a very healthy person to be around. And that doesn't make it okay that he treated her like that. That makes
no,
it still wrong, but like it's kind of like with Final Fantasy X, you can understand how Waka could be racist,
yeah,
like but the moment they give to that, like just I don't know, you can understand how he got there. I feel the same way with Sid, because this was his dream, and like he thought like she was just being overly cautious, right? And
hmm
like then after that, his whole life, his whole like everything he ever wanted fell apart. Like they stopped the space program. Like he was going to amount to nothing. He never got to fly in space, and it was all because of this. And he would just sit with it, drinking like I get it. Like I get why he went there. I don't like it, but I get it. So,
yeah,
uh, but
that,
when
yeah,
but when people criticize his character arc and say he didn't change because of like you brought up that, he what he should have done was not got what he always wanted, but realized he treated her poorly. That would have been better. Um, I get that, but I don't again, like I don't think it's very realistic because sometimes you need to realize, logically speaking, that you were wrong for it to like show clarity in all the other ways you were wrong, right?
right, hmm
So Sid realizes that she was right about the oxygen tank all along. And then he has that moment where he's like, "You stupid." And he stops himself and he's like, he realizes, like, I've been a jackass this whole time. Like, you know?
yeah,
And like to me, like, I was like, that makes sense to me that, okay, he was wrong. He realized he was wrong about this. Now he has clarity about this other thing too. Because I've had that moment where like I needed that kick in the ass, like, okay, you were wrong about this, which oh my God. Well, now we're talking about it. I was wrong about this other stuff too. But
yeah,
also, I think he did have a moment that like people don't focus in on enough because when he does get to space and he looks out that glass, like we see astronauts talk about this all the time. That when they first get to space and they see the Earth from space, like it changes their perspective, right?
oh yeah,
And Sid kind of has this speech on the High Wind where he talks about that moment and how impactful it was on him because he looked down on the earth and he realized like all his problems were just like stupid and silly and like this earth was struggling or Gaia was struggling, whatever the planet was struggling, and like his purpose was to protect, right? you know and so I think like coupled with like that realization, like I understand his story arc. I think he did have a good story arc. I don't understand why Shara married him. you know
yeah.
that part I don't get, but I do think that his whole character arc made sense.
I agree. It made sense, and I think it's well written,
Yeah.
um, for all the reasons you mentioned. But I don't know. I was one of the people who, like for a while was like, ah, Sid's fine. Like everybody's just complaining, you know. But as I got older, was able to kind of see the other side of it and be like, oh, yeah, like Sid was a bad person, right? And he realized the error of his ways, but he never suffered any consequences for what he had done in the past. And sometimes that's true. Like sometimes that's just how life works out. And there isn't kind of like some cosmic karma or justice that comes down onto people for the bad things they've done in the past. But in a fantasy story, you kind of see that a lot. Like it actually plays out that way, right? Like, I don't know, like you could have had the reactor or you could have had the tank explode and like he lost an arm or something because of that. And then also realized like how bad he had been. And then also realized like
she was taking care of him. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So you could have maybe done it a little bit differently, but I do agree what is there is like very well done. But I can also see the complaints, you know, from the people who want kind of more like a traditional, like more closure for that aspect. But
well, I think the real victim here is Shara. Like she didn't get a proper, like something like there's something missing with her character. Like she's a little too bland. Like she should have shown some anger at some point. There should have been some kind of justice for her. So I get that, but I mean, I do think that to be fair, like Sid was miserable mentally for like 15 years, you know, like, and unfortunately he also made somebody else miserable too, but, and that's awful, but, I don't know. I can get it. I get it.
Yeah.
I do like about him though that he actively doesn't like Cloud, or he tolerates him. Right. He, even after Cloud leaves the party, he's just like, there's one like optional piece of dialogue where he's like, we're better off. Like, you know, and he's like, I didn't really trust that guy anyways.
But then when they declare him the leader during the huge materia sequence, his response is pain in the ass, forget about it. When they first approach him with the idea.
Yeah, he's just like, no.
So he was like, yeah, I didn't like the leader. I didn't like him around it, you know, Cloud. Never liked him. And then like, okay, you be the leader. And he's like, oh, hell no, you know?
Yeah. Dude, he's got like, I think you're right though, because he was supposed to be like a comedic effect, because everything from like the moment where he says, sit down and drink your goddamn tea, and like your whole party like quickly like runs to the table, like, okay, and they all grab a teacup, right? Or like just like there's a moment where you're on the high wind and he's like, hold on, I gotta show this moron how to land a ship, you know? and like the guy's all like, wah! You know, he's like level 1, you know, it's just like, he's just really funny. So I like him for that. And I think he also serves a useful purpose because he joins the party late. And there's several times where he's like, I don't understand anything going on right now. Can you guys explain it to me? You know? And like, I don't know. It just works. Like they have to explain to him what's going on, and it helps me, you know, the player understand. So
true.
Yeah. So, but I think that's like pretty much what I have to say about Sid. So, who else we got here? What do we got? Red 13.
Yeah.
I love the character story in Cosmo Canyon, but I think he's underutilized. But his story in Cosmo Canyon is just gut wrenching.
It's very well done. Yeah. And the game, yeah, like you said, he's underutilized, and I feel like it's because we don't have scenes with him after this that are like of major importance where he plays a role. You know, it feels like past that point he could have been an optional character, like almost like there was meant to be a dialogue choice in Cosmo Canyon after that moment where he doesn't come with you, right? Like an optional thing, and then maybe join you again later or something. But instead, he comes with you, and then he doesn't have like his character arc is complete, right? Like 30% of the way through the game.
Yeah. Well, the weird thing though is like, okay, he grew up with I don't know how to say his name, Bugenhagen, right?
Yeah.
And I understand he's a kid technically, Red 13 or Nanakai, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's also 47. So that's
Mm-hmm.
47 years, or literally like almost half of Bugenhagen's life, or like a large chunk of his life that he was with him. And like, I would think that he would be like, Red 13 would be an expert on a lot of the stuff that Bugenhagen has to say. So he could have been like commenting on stuff regularly because he's an expert. Like he grew up with the knowledge of the planet. He's supposed to be, symbolizing basically Native Americans. Like I've always got like, that's the kind of vibe I'm getting from his village. So that's kind of why I feel like what's there is really good, but it's just, like you said, it kind of feels like he should have just stayed in Cosmo Canyon.
Yeah. Bugenhagen is, and I don't know if this is mentioned, I think his age might be mentioned in the game, but
he's like 130 or something like that, right?
He's like 130 years old. So that means even if Nanaki is 47, that means Bugenhagen was like in his
70s,
80s, maybe. Yes, like late 70s, 80s when Nanaki was born, and then that's why he always calls him grandfather, which is kind of cool because he's only known him
as an old man,
even though he's 47 years old.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's been with this like Bugenhagen from the moment Red 13 was born has been a very wise man, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like he didn't know Bugenhagen back when he was like 20 and he was like, an idiot, right?
Yeah. There is one interesting thing about Bugenhagen that I'll just mention real quick is that like obviously he's kind of like the sage character or like the wise man character of this game.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not on screen very much, but like when he is, like he's kind of adding like a lot. Like he explains the whole live stream concept, which is like this also like a really great moment. All right, like really great scene.
Oh, with like the planets, the cycle of souls back to the planets, yeah.
Yeah, and like the music that's happening like during that scene just kind of like it's exposition, it's informing the player, but it's just like really well done. And then so you kind of get the impression of like technology bad, Mako reactor bad, nature good, planet good, right?
Right.
But then as you get closer towards the end of the game, like, and it doesn't hit you because like, well, Bugenhagen has like a telescope, a giant telescope on top of his house. That's a machine. The thing he uses to teach you about the live stream is a machine of its own.
Yeah,
like
he has a bunch of machine. Yeah.
Yeah, he has like a bunch of machines, and then he comes with you on the airship at one point to go to the city of the ancients when you return there, and he's like a goofy character sometimes, but he's like smelling, and he's like, "Oh, I love the smell of machinery," right? And then then it's also revealed that through again optional dialogue, you talk to Kate Sith at one point, and he informs you that Bugenhagen used to work for Shinra, and then he left. And so that's like, oh, okay, so he kind of got perspective, from when he was younger, right, about probably what Shinra was doing.
When he was 105? Yeah.
Whatever, yeah, we don't know. But then he also got an idea probably from working them of like how technology is like actually necessary to help humanity and help their lives. And then when you're well, actually I think it's prior, but you're going up to the northern crater, Barrett has a dialogue, and I wrote it down here just so that I don't forget, so I want to make sure I get it right as I scroll to Barrett. So everybody's huddled up and they're all cold, right? And Barrett just kind of out of the blue has like a little monologue, and he says, seeing a place like this makes you realize how awesome nature is. But if anyone ever told me to live here, I'd tell them to, well, I'll tell you one thing though. If I did have to live here, I'd change things around and make it better. I guess Midgar is the total opposite of this place. When you think of it that way, the Shinra don't seem so bad.
Yeah, that was
like a very, very out of character line for Barrett. And then he freaks out and he goes like, "Argh!" And he says, what the hell am I saying? The Shinra not bad? And then it just ends right there.
Yeah.
But it's almost like Barrett and Bugenhagen, like their characters kind of parallel each other. Like if Barrett grew up, to be an old man, he would have the same perspective as Bugenhagen did, as Bugenhagen does in the game, because Barrett comes to the conclusion here that, humanity, it's in their nature to kind of use technology to improve their own lives, right? And in some form or some way, that means adapting your environment to your advantage, right? For your own survival.
Right.
Because he's talking about like, oh, no one could live out here, right? And then he says, well, Midgar's the total opposite of this place, right? Because it's a place of no regard for nature, right? And everything is machines and been built up to, but then he doesn't have the perspective of Bugenhagen. He is like still like resisting, like, no, machines all bad. Like, we got to save the planet. It's all about nature,
Right. Well, if you think about it, go ahead.
Yeah. And then it's very ironic that he uses a gun arm, which is like the most sophisticated machinery weapon of any of the characters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So that's
and
something
he also,
like that.
He formed Avalanche after visiting Cosmo Canyon, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Which is like where Bugenhagen was kind of fostering the ideas for all those years. So it's like, it's a subtle thing, but once again, like we've been mentioning this whole time, there's a lot of subtle plot points in this story that just like add depth, to it. You can miss all these and it's still like a very enjoyable story, like enjoyable, like, save the world story. But yeah, like the story has a lot to it. We'll just say that,
Yeah. It's surprising how deep it is. Let's see here. I think we just have Vincent Yuffie and Kate Sith here left, I guess. Want to jump into Vincent here?
Sure.
So as a kid, Vincent was my favorite character.
Oh, really?
Yes, because I just found the concept of him, and like he was this like experimented on creature, but he's like immortal. I always found the idea of like someone who's immortal basically just being fascinating, and plus he just looks cool. Like, the fact that he like sleeps in a coffin. I'm giving terrible analysis here, but I'm talking from like the little kid me, right? Right.
Got to do it sometimes.
Yeah. But the thing is, like he's the most, like, Red 13's underutilized, but I feel like Vincent's incredibly underutilized. I can't say quite the same thing about Yuffie because you have an entire like side quest with her that's like extensive, know. And with him, like, you have optional stuff that's really good, right? It's very like, I'm glad I you watched it, right? But it's just like, dude, this guy like has a huge history with Shinra. He was a Turk. Like, this guy again should be constantly just commenting on stuff. And I think it just comes back to the fact that he was optional,
Yeah.
So they can't have him in there too much, and I just feel like that hurt the story that he was optional, but
maybe they thought that the design would really just carry the character.
Well, it kind of did because they made a whole game based on him because he was so popular. But so they kind of had a point. But I mean, I don't know. I like the whole deal with Hojo and Lucretia. I mean, it's just I'm surprised that Hojo was competing against Vincent, right? This dashing young man versus like the creature, of Hojo.
Well, but he was a scientist, so and so was Lucrezia. So I assume they had more in common, kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Common interest, I guess, like
right
in their day to day. Sometimes that happens, they like develop a relationship over that. Yeah.
Yeah, but Hojo was also a terrible human being.
Yeah. I wonder how terrible back then.
Well, we saw him
could be the same. He kills Vincent, like he shoots him and then does experiments on him. Yeah, so probably pretty terrible.
You also saw that flashback with Aerith's mom and Professor Gast.
Yeah.
Where Hojo comes in and he's like stealing the child or wants to steal the child or whatever. and he keeps calling the child a sample.
Yeah, pretty terrible.
And and then he puts Genova cells in Lucretia.
Yeah, let's not give Hojo any credit.
like,
he's a monster.
Yeah, and then he's trying to help Sephiroth later. Like,
yep.
Like this guy's like one of the worst people I've ever seen.
Yep.
So, anyways, but like from what I understand, it's been a long time since I played Dirge of Cerberus, and it's a retcon, but apparently they kind of established that she truly loved Vincent, right? So, and you kind of get that too, because when you walk in that little cave and you meet her right now, and she's just like in permanent, just like almost the same deathly state as Vincent, just permanent remorse. There's a RNG, or random number generator, right? That dictates what her response is when you walk in, and it's either Vincent or Sephiroth, but they apparently put it to highly probable she'll say Vincent. And I think that says a lot that, she doesn't say Hojo. Right? you know. So, but I don't know. I would have liked to have seen more with that character, and that's probably why they went with Dirge of Cerberus, just because they realized like there's a lot there that we didn't use,
Yeah.
But from what I understand, like he was supposed to be, like he was almost axed from the game entirely. Like they had a whole thing for him, and like Nomura was like, no, we'll keep him in, but he'll be an optional character, and that way, we don't have to deal with all this excess story. So
yeah, even though there's not much to him there, like in terms of content there, and he's underutilized, there's more than some of the optional characters in the previous game with FF6, like
yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Umaro and Gogo and Mog, those three characters. There's kind of like they're just there for gameplay. They didn't even bother to really write in much of a story for them.
Well, Square's really struggled with the fact over the years of the fact that Vincent and Yuffie aren't in the final cutscene of the game.
Right.
All right. And like, I feel like it's perfectly understandable. They're optional characters. Like there's a very logical reason for them not being there, but they tried to retcon them in later stuff that, Vincent and Yuffie went back to Midgard to help. Right. And like evacuate people.
Okay, but that doesn't make any sense if I use Vincent and Yuffie in my final party.
Right. So then like they retcon that later and put them back at the Northern Crater because people didn't like that, And it's just like, but apparently Vincent's the one that rescued Rufus. It's just, I don't know. Like, Square, just the stuff they try to do to like fix stuff sometimes is just makes me laugh.
Something else I think to point out, he's sleeping in a coffin, right? And so he's got kind of the whole vampire / Frankenstein vibe going on, right? In the late 90s, vampires were not yet lame like they are now.
Yeah, I still think vampires are cool. What are you saying?
Well,
I know what you're saying. It was like a very trendy back then.
Yes, and there was
the vampire slayer. She was in love with a vampire, and like
And there was a period in the not too distant past where we had the whole Twilight thing happening, and it put a very sour taste of the whole idea of vampires in everybody's mind. But at the time, in 1997, and even a little bit in the early 2000s, vampires weren't lame yet. So, but I know if people are watching this, go ahead, type down in the comments, okay, millennial, like insert okay, boomer meme here, right? But for the time, Vincent was cool, the vampires were not.
I didn't even think about that. There was years where like I would talk on like forums, like online, right? This is pre-Discord, pre-YouTube. You'd have these like little message boards. They're still out there, but my avatar was always Vincent, because I just thought like he was such a cool looking character. So he definitely has that cool factor. One thing I thought was interesting that they talked about with the development was they were worried with Vincent that he would conflict with Cloud, because they felt like he kind of had a similar vibe to him a little bit. Like Cloud was kind of coldish sometimes and kind of distant. even though he still has a sense of humor and stuff. Whereas Vincent was similar, and they were worried that if they put too much on Vincent, that it would kind of overshadow Cloud. I don't know how much of that's true, but kind of interesting.
Well, they both
Or
have
experiments.
They both get experimented on by Hojo, the very same man.
Yeah, they're both not fans of Hojo. Yeah.
In the same place, even in Nibelheim, in the Shinra mansion.
Yeah, Cloud. I guess Cloud didn't have that in his memory at that point, but when he's trying to convince Vincent, he could have been like, "Dude, I used to live right down the hall. Like, I was here for like 5 years.
Yeah.
Well, at least you got a bed. I was like floating in a tank." But that's all. I feel like I feel like a discussion for Vincent. That's pretty much all I have for like what's in the base game. I feel like I would have to like have a discussion about Dirge of Cerberus to like really get into some of the other stuff they added to his story, because there's just not a lot there. And what's there is really good. I really like it, but outside of that, like there's not a lot there, and that's a negative in of itself. So, Yuffie, I used to not like.
Same.
But I actually like the character now. She's funny.
I like her a little bit better. She is still kind of a little too comic relief at times.
Right.
But that is what it is. I used to think she was a brat, and she steals your materia, and that's awful. And like, it puts you in a really tough situation, and it doesn't help that actually the boss of that section is like really strong.
Yeah,
and you don't have any of your materia. Yeah.
I got a game over this time because that boss. I was just because you can't use materia. I don't know, man, but like, she's funny, dude. I mean, at Costa del Sol, I love that she's like selling materia behind the counter, and then later you talk to the shop owner, and they're like, "Yeah, the young woman quit and stole all my materia." It's just, I don't know. And every time she finds an item, they have to be like, "Yuffie, give up the item," So I like her for that reason, but like just her story in Wutai, it's kind of like short, I'm not talking necessarily about her stealing materia, although that kind of adds into it, but just like her whole reasoning for why she wants to travel with Cloud, but also for stealing materia in the first place is like she hates what Wutai's turned into, and it's basically turned into a tourist trap to try to keep the economy alive, to keep people coming there and give them a living because of what the war did to them. And she always hears about these stories of what Wutai used to be, and they were very proud people, and she just hates that like their entire culture has been like just sold off. And I feel like that's really deep, and she wants materia because she knows Wutai lost basically because they didn't have materia, know? So, I mean, I get it. But she is a little over the top sometimes. So,
yeah. I agree with everything you just said. I don't have much to add actually, but you kind of hit all my points that I had. She is like also like a very believable character in that for her age, like her attitude, like because her father kind of pushes back right on her ideas, like he's trying to explain it from his point of view and she's just not having it, right?
Yeah.
she's like, no, like you're being a coward, like you caved into the Shinra or whatever, and it's like sometimes you see that in real life, and you just, like from a kind of a person of that age, a teenager or something, and you just kind of want to shake them and be like, you're not understanding the larger picture.
Well, they even say that because after she starts accusing her dad of all this stuff, somebody nearby says, scratch what I just said, she is still a kid,
right? Yeah.
Because of what she's saying, like you don't understand like what we went through, but one thing I do think that there was a missed opportunity with her, besides her being optional, was just like the Wutai incident was pretty dramatic. It's the only other nation that we know of, right? And I feel like Yuffie could have been our eyes to understanding that conflict a little bit more since she's from there.
So maybe if we got like a flashback or something.
Yeah, when
to add
she was a little girl, maybe her mother died.
Happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that. So.
Yeah, that could have been a good addition.
Yeah. So we're on the last member of our party here, the infamous Cait Sith. I think we covered everyone else.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this character is probably one of the best characters in the game.
Well, I do think there are positive aspects to the character.
There are positive aspects to Cait Sith, but I don't think it at its core is because of Cait Sith. Like, let me do this. I'm going to talk about some of the negative stuff I don't like about Cait Sith, and you can talk about the positive stuff and also talk about the negative stuff. But, okay. Aside from the fact that Cait Sith is controlled by Reeves, which is not really explained in a way that isn't stupid. Like that whole concept is stupid. Okay. But the thing I really don't like about Cait Sith, this is when we were talking about one of the worst scenes in the game, aside from the abduction of Marlene, it's the moment when Cait Sith sacrifices himself in the Temple of the Ancients, right? And they make it up to be like this big event. He's like, well, he's learned and he's like finally part of the party. And he's like, don't miss me when I'm gone, you know? And then like he dies and a moment later, another one pops up.
Cait Sith 2 reporting for duty.
Yeah. And I'm like, where'd you come from? And like, this, like, and like it was so stupid. Like, why did you play that up? Like it was a big moment too, you know?
Right.
And he even like said something like, you know, remember me, even if another one just like me shows up, you know? It's just, dude, this is awful. This is literally awful. If you want to talk about a plot device, like Cait Sith is a plot device. If people call Antifa a plot device, Cait Sith is a plot device.
Well,
and like we already talked about the abduction with Marlene. It's just,
that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like at that moment, like it's not really Cait Sith's fault, but I feel like half the party should have diverged to go save Marlene. Mm-hmm. And it's just absurd that they didn't. And I like that whole thing is surrounding Cait Sith. So, I just find the character ridiculous. I know some of the positive stuff you're going to say, but go ahead.
Well, so regarding the abduction thing first.
Sure.
There's a very easy way to kind of just even rewrite the script and fix it.
And you didn't want to tell Barrett?
No, just have the Turks kidnap Marlene and then put Cait Sith up to it rather than Cait Sith is like, you got to do what I say, right? Because that's how they actually wrote it. But he could just admit at that moment, guys, I'm sorry, but I'm a spy for Shinra, and I got to tell you, they've kidnapped Marlene, and if we don't give them the keystone, you know, like who knows what they're going to do, right?
Right, but he didn't have anything necessarily to do with it. He just
and then they can still be angry with him and be like, "What, Marlene? And you've been spying us on the whole time? Like, have you been leaking our information to the Shinra?" You know, and he can either deny it or say yes, you know. But like, you can frame it in such a way that like he didn't think even Shinra would go that far, which would also make sense in context of what's happened before, right? Since he's like, Reeve is trying to be the voice of reason within the company,
right?
You know, he's the reformer, right? If Barrett is the revolutionary, then Reeve is the reformer. He believes that the company can be changed for the better from within. And then imagine a company with Shinra's resources and technology if it was all being made, if it was all directed towards the good, like helping people, right? That's his perspective as someone who's like rise the ranks in the company, obviously, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Keystone thing, you can very easily fix that with just like a script change, I feel like, you know, like just a very small change in the story, because rather than him stealing the Keystone, they can just like come to an agreement and, you know, give it to the Turks right there, you know, rather than him like trying to go behind their back. They can just give it to Sung on the helicopter there, and you know Barrett can cuss him out or whatever, and everything would be fine, right? It would make sense.
Barrett can shoot off a few rounds, yeah.
Yeah, and then the sacrifice scene. I agree with you, but part of me thinks like they built it up so dramatic, clearly to be like a red herring for what happens in the next chapter with Aerith, right? Here's a character, and we know it's the one that everybody hates, right? But he's gonna die. He's gonna die and come back to life immediately, like it was no big deal. And I
think
did
you're
not
giving him
come
way
to
too
that.
much credit.
Well, I didn't come to that conclusion on my own. I have to admit that was one that I was like, I read into it and I didn't believe it at first, and then like I saw people like kind of making their points, and I was like, I can see it that way. I don't necessarily believe. I don't know. That would be something very interesting to ask the developers, right? What they were thinking with that scene, because I don't know if anybody's ever asked them that before, and it's kind of like it all. If it is true, like obviously this is conspiracy theory, right? Because we don't have confirmation, but it is just so odd, like you said, like how they built it up to be such a big deal, and then he just comes back, right? And then you're just left there scratching your head, like, what was the whole point? You know, like
So
they didn't even have to have the plot point of the Black Materia being the city of the ancients and shrinking down, right? But it's almost like they did on purpose so that Cait Sith would have to sacrifice himself. But then they just bring him back immediately.
see, but even if they wanted to leave that and he had to sacrifice himself, that could have been, they could have just left it without making it a big moment. They could have been like, how are we going to get this? There's no way to get it. And Cait Sith would have been like, just like he did in the game. Like, but he could have said like, no, don't worry. There's another one of me. Like, I'm expendable. You're not, you know?
And not make a big deal of the whole
Yeah. You don't have to have
heroic
big
sacrifice
dramatic
as he
music
marches down the.
with him hopping. Like, this is, I'm like, oh my God. Like, this is just bad. And I don't think if they had not done that, that would have taken away from Aerith's death at all. Like to me, that wasn't like a subversion of like expectations. Like, well, they did it with Cait Sith. I'm expecting Aerith to like wake up in the pool, like, hey guys, you know.
Well, it doesn't necessarily. I just wonder if that's what they were thinking, like when they tried to do it. Because, like you said, if they didn't, and there was some other reason for it being so dramatic, right, and putting such a focus on it, I can't think of what that would be.
Well, I know Nomura
It's just so dumb.
talked about the character and he said he created the character of Cait Sith because he felt like this Final Fantasy doesn't have any Moogles in it. And like, it's already not Final Fantasy enough. Like they need some more Final Fantasy stuff in it. So he's created a big Moogle with a cat, right? Which is stupid. But I just get the feeling that moment was just them realizing that Cait Sith doesn't really have a very good character arc at all.
Oh,
and they like need him to have a big moment, you know? And I feel like they would have had to rearrange things, but like, I feel like Reeve should have just been in the party. That would have been better.
Well, but there's a lot of cool stuff going on with him, like still at Shinra headquarters.
Well, I mean, he could have like been slipping him information. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe he could have been like or if they, I don't know. I mean, they could have had a spy of sorts that's a character that's in communication with Reeves, and they're like a team, right?
Yeah,
or something like that. I could think of so many things. It's so much better.
They should better explain though that like it would make more sense to me if like Cait Sith was essentially like an AI robot, right? That like kind of has its own ability to like think and act on its own, but then like Reeve is able to kind of patch into it when he needs to and control it directly if necessary, or even just like see through Cait Sith eyes what's happening. But they don't explain that very well at all.
Yeah, I don't know, like, because I don't know how I feel about that. Because then is Cait Sith sentient?
Yeah.
Is Reeves like his character development is kind of dependent upon Cait Sith? You know, it's kind of weird. It's a
something.
Weird... Go ahead.
Well, something interesting to note is that when Cait Sith I don't know if you know about this, when Cait Sith forces himself into your party at the very first moment, you meet him in the gold saucer.
Yeah.
And he like gives the fortune and he's like, I'm coming with you. and he walks into Cloud, like the party members walk into Cloud, and Cloud's like, "Hey, like, what are you doing?" And he's just like, "No, I'm tagging along no matter what you want or what you care. I'm keeping an eye on you." He comes with one materia, and it's the manipulate materia.
That's kind of funny. I didn't know.
And that I feel like is something so specific that has to be intentional, right?
Yeah.
That's like a little detail. They were like, put the manipulate materia on him, like, and then like you can't kick him out of the party.
Right.
Even though like you could easily unequip the manipulate materia from him, and then it doesn't necessarily make sense anymore. But that was just kind of like a interesting little thing.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to, that is interesting that they added that in there and thought that much about it. But if you wanted to make like a case for K-Sith, I do think that he has a couple of scenes that I think assist other characters, right? He is that plot device. He has the scene with Barrett, which really helps give context to the way Shinra or Reeves looks at, what they've done. He's got a few scenes with just him telling the fortunes. The one scene I really like is at the Temple of the Ancients, where he gives a fortune, and then he says that he's like Aerith and him are meant for each other or something like that, which clearly they're not. But he says, "I'm sorry, Tifa," and it's kind of like that's the first time like it's spoken openly, that Tifa has a thing for Cloud, right? And the fact that he realizes that is kind of, it tells that he sees what's going on.
He's the spy after all, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Maybe that's what he does. But so he has a couple of good moments, but all in all, I think they could have done something else.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been fine if Kate Sith was the optional character. And like one of the other ones were not. Like, let's trade. I would have been okay with that. But so I think that's like our cast of heroes. We talked about Sephiroth. Where are we at here? We're at 3 hours and 15 minutes. You want to keep going? Where are you at?
Well, maybe we should just go through the major events and kind of summarize if there's anything we want to point out, because I feel like we've discussed them a lot as we have gone into the characters.
Yeah. I mean, like we also put on there, like, people like President Shinra, but we talked about him. Rufus Shinra. The only thing I was going to bring up about him was just, I thought that it was interesting that how logical minded he could be, because he asked for assistance from Tifa and Barrett, right? Mm-hmm. After he sees Cloud give the materia to Sephiroth, and he's like, "Hojo, you've not been telling me a lot of stuff." And he's like, "I have no words to describe this situation right now, but I need you to come with me, to fill me in." And Barrett almost pays him a compliment, later before Rufus decides to execute him, and he takes it back. He's like, "I got to give Rufus, credit. He's actually been trying to combat this thing." So I thought it was kind of a good moment for him. But let's just go over these kind of major events here, like you said, and we'll kind of see if there's anything that we missed. So we had Midgar events that we wanted to make sure that we didn't miss. Probably the biggest thing out of there that we haven't addressed, I would say, is just the wall market cross-dressing scene.
Yep.
Clearly an iconic scene. I don't know if it was intentionally designed that way because Cloud's trying to be somebody else, that he has to dress up like somebody else to continue the mission, or if it was just humor. It probably was just humor, but
I feel like it was actually.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, obviously when you encounter it, it's just weird, right? It's just like a quirky segment, but that one is actually like, outside of a few scenes, is portrayed pretty well, I think, even by today's standards, right?
Right.
In that, like, the humor of it is just like Cloud's uncomfortable, right? Like, it's not really saying anything beyond that, It's just like a quirky, weird thing that he has to do, And I feel like it was kind of like foreshadowing that, like, he's putting on a facade and then he has to put on another facade on top of a facade. Because then there's also 2 other segments in the game where he has to dress up as a
A sailor.
Yeah, like a soldier, like a
Oh
grunt
yeah, that's
again.
right too. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then also like during the date sequence, you have a scene where he's like literally a stage actor, like on the play stage. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like
That's too
there's
many
so many.
coincidences.
There's too coincidental, right, for them to be so many places where he has to pretend to be someone else. You know, but
Well, I mean, you could really read into it if you wanted with the cross dressing. You could say, well, he's pretending to be someone else. That's why he does it with Aerith. And then when he first encounters Tifa, she doesn't recognize him, right? You could like
wow,
really go
yeah,
like deep with it if you wanted to. But yeah, I mean, in the wall market, that's just such a good part of Midgar that really just shows like how gritty and nasty the place can be, you know.
hmm
So
and then
I'm
yeah, and
looking.
then also I think there's a line in there where like Cloud is with Aerith and he's like telling her like this is not the kind of a place for a woman to be like walking alone, you know, like be careful about this place, you know.
Right.
And then like she responds just like I'll be fine. Like what are you worried about, you know? It's kind of like that's just one of those moments where that's like yeah, that's Aerith, you know, kind of a
Just kind of
strong,
brash.
independent, but
Yeah.
also kind of like a sassy, you know, almost sarcastic, you know, girl. You know, like there's obviously that's not the only time that happens, but that's kind of what I remember
Yeah.
because it's like Cloud is like setting up the vibe like as soon as you walk in, right? He's like,
Hmm.
"Oh, this is not a good place," and she's just like, "Nah, I deal with it," you know.
Well, I also think it's interesting too that Aerith brings up like at one point, like, oh, but it's okay for Tifa, you know,
Hmm. Yeah.
like you're worried about me, but it's okay for Tifa. And like it is kind of interesting that, you know, Tifa puts herself in that harm's way, right?
Mm.
By herself. It's kind of interesting. And Cloud feels like he has to go save her.
Hmm.
Um Dropping the plate on Sector 7.
That's
Just
a big moment. Yeah.
yeah, especially like we were talking about earlier, once you realize, you know, what Barrett went through already, like he feels like it's happening all over again. That was just a add so much weight to that scene that was already there. I
Hmm.
felt like, um, and just another sign of Shinra winning, right? Um,
Yep.
so definitely a really good moment, a really horrible moment, but a very powerful moment. Um, we talked about the reveal of Sephiroth. You know, that was just brilliantly done.
Yeah. The trail of blood in the top of the Shinra building.
Yeah, with just the sword through Shinra, this man you've been trying to defeat this whole time, and Sephiroth does it without even
Yeah.
trying. Yeah.
A little detail about that moment is you're locked in the jail cells, right? And then you get some great dialogue like before Cloud decides to go to sleep with all the characters that are sitting there, you know.
Mhm.
But then he goes to sleep, and then when he wakes up, the door is open, right? But only his door, right? Even though the guard has the key card for all the doors, right? You have to go outside and go get it.
That's right. And then you have to open the doors. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, but only his door is open.
Why do you think? I've
And
always like. What do you think? Why do you think that is?
so going back to the Sephiroth and Genova thing, I think you can think about it either way. It's intentionally vague. Either Sephiroth is in control and he
Hmm.
opened it, right? Because Cloud is in there, right? And
I don't think that is.
you can also think of like kind of a creepy situation where the Genova creature like but looks like Sephiroth, you know, just went through and killed everybody and probably opened up the door and was just like standing above his body when he was asleep, you know,
Creepy. Yeah.
and saw that it was Cloud and was like recognized him, you know, from the whole Nibelheim incident. He's the reason that he was defeated and sent to the North Crater and everything. So he opened it purposely to try and get Cloud to follow him from that very moment, right? Or
I have a theory about this. Go
or
ahead.
Genova's in control, and Sephiroth, and that door is open because she detected the Genova cells in his body.
That's what I think it is. Well, I don't know if it's
Yeah,
necessarily. I think it's because of the Genova cells,
because
right? Um,
reunion, right?
Right.
There's a Sephiroth / Jenova clone in there, and
But
I'll just open the door and now come follow me.
I always liked
So.
the idea though that Cloud was just an infantryman, and that like even though Cloud pushed Sephiroth into the live stream, it had been like 5 years since then, and he may not even recognize Cloud, right? He might not even remember his name. Yeah. Like I don't get the vibe like they had this arch rivalry, or even like he even considered him a threat. Like he was an infantry soldier. Well, you know.
Well, but then he remembers his past to a degree at the Northern Crater, right? To like feed
eventually
him the false
he does, yeah.
Yeah, so
well, because he becomes a plot device, I guess, because he needs Cloud to give him the materia.
Yeah.
And he's traveling with an ancient, Yeah.
That's just another one of those things that is like left to the imagination, right? It's left ambiguous. Why was only Cloud's cell door open? Does that have any kind of significance? Or, like,
or why wasn't Tifa harmed and not Cloud,
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like there's like little moments of that sprinkled in the story that you can think about. I think that's really cool.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of great stuff in Midgar. We had the infamous fall, right? People always criticize like how could Cloud fall so much and like a church would break his fall. Like, I don't know. It just happened. It's fantasy. It happens.
Yeah. I think you could qualify that as one of those like poor plot planning issues that I pointed out before,
Yeah.
Like how does he fall that distance and survive? And it's like, well, we needed him to be move on to the next chapter.
Well, Tifa does have some interesting dialogue though. Like when he's like hanging there, she's like, Cloud, please don't die. I have so much I still need to tell you.
Oh, yeah. More to tell you, yeah.
It's like, oh, well, we know what you need to tell you. You're freaking crazy. Yep.
Yeah.
Or that she, cares about him and everything like that. And Escape from Midgar, I thought that was a really good scene with him on the motorcycle and everything like that. That was pretty cool. But is there anything in Midgar that you specifically want to bring up that we haven't brought up?
I think we covered it all.
Yeah, I really like when you leave Midgar. That's really cool because you think the whole game's Midgar, and then you leave, and it's just like, nope. Open world, basically. It seems like, anyways.
People say that, but like I mentioned, I had the knowledge of the previous FF games, and it still hit me in that I was like very impressed by the scope, right, of the overworld and how it's like in 3D, and you kind of like you can see the stuff like kind of coming on the horizon, like especially when you have the vehicles later,
Yeah.
But I wasn't shocked and like that I thought the whole game was going to be Midgar. I was just impressed. And then I was like, oh, the overworld, cool,
Yeah. Well, I remember
like the other games.
I remember thinking, is every city going to be like Midgar, like that long? I was like, man, that was a trick, Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. For me, like after that, like you leave Midgar and like you go to Calm, you have the, Cloud's retelling of the event, which is really awesome. And again, I like the Chocobo portion and that cool scene with the Midgar Zolom on the impaled, and Sephiroth did this, really powerful. But like at that point, like the rest of the large chunk of the game just becomes like the search for Sephiroth, right? Like that's basically what it is. And it's kind of interesting because that would be a good plot device for kind of like Witcher 3, the search for Ciri. Like it could have been an open world game at that point, because that's really what you're doing. You're just searching every nook and cranny, trying to find clues to Sephiroth. But I just thought I'd bring that up. But for me, like after that point, like the game kind of takes a dip. Like I think the most boring part of the game is from the little mines after that until you get the gold saucer. I feel like that those portions with Junon and then on the ship and Fort Condor and Coast of the Soul's okay, but it's kind of dumb.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's like you got Hojo and like a lab coat on the beach. I mean, it's like there's just nothing really that happens that's like really that good. It's just kind of boring to me.
Yeah,
compared to everything else.
If you walk right past Fort Condor and ignore it, it's a little bit better.
Yeah, I know, but I still have to do it.
Junon, I like the
dolphin.
No, I do not like it.
That
I like
was so stupid.
I like the scenario of the him having to dress up as the Shinra grunt and like be in the parade.
I
Like
like the
Rufus is
concept of
welcoming
that,
Homie
but I
parade.
suck at it. Like
Oh
I
yeah,
suck at like getting in line. I always mess it up, and we have terrible ratings. And they're like, "Who is that guy?" Like I don't know.
I feel like that's part of the humor though of it, right? Like you're gonna do it and it's gonna look
Well,
stupid, but you're like
the,
struggling to like.
the directions are like, "Watch this guy do it," and the guy goes behind them and then gets in line, and then that's what I do, and it's like, "No, what are you doing?" And
Yeah.
you have to get in front of them. That's how you do it. And I'm like, "You gave me bad directions." So like I didn't like that at all, man.
Yeah, but like I guess it is frustrating if and then later you're doing like the kind of the button prompts like it's like a quick time event where you're trying to like stay in
Yeah, but
sync with the other soldiers.
when he says it, you don't press it. You have to wait.
Like a split second, yeah.
Yeah.
And but it is pretty funny just seeing like Cloud like just be like totally off.
Yeah, and like Heidegger's sitting there laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that part.
Yeah. So it
But
had
then,
some
yeah.
highlights. It did.
Yeah, but then Costa del Sol, I agree, is just kind of like a location.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing going on there. And then it is kind of a long trek until you get to Corel. Yeah.
And it's well, Coast of Soul is weird too because you have Hojo on the beach
Yeah.
in a lab coat, and it's like you're
that's like
talking to him, and it's just like kind of strange.
yeah, that's a missable scene also. If you just walk out the front gate of Costa del Sol and don't go to the south kind of exit that's over there, like towards the beach, you'll never see the scene. Like you have to go see that scene before you leave the town for the first time. Because if you leave and come back immediately, Hojo's not there. He's gone. And you never get the scene. Which is like it's not like an amazing scene or anything, but like why would you make it so
Optional.
specific like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird.
There's also getting weeds here, but there's an NPC you can talk to when you get to Coast of the Soul that's kind of interesting. They're standing right at the front gate, and you talk to them, and it's literally like breaks the fourth wall almost. It says, "How are you liking your time so far?" And it gives you two options, and one of the options is, "All I do is fight." Right, and then like the other one's like, "Oh, it's great." And I selected all I do is fight, and she said, well, maybe you just have too high of expectations. Just enjoy it for what it is. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. Forgot
That
about
is
that.
weird.
Yeah. I think that after that though, like the biggest thing is, I mean, besides all the character stuff that we just talked about, we're going to like really jump forward here is, we talked about the date sequence that was really touching. I felt like, I'm not a big fan of like not knowing like the decisions you make might affect the date.
Oh, yeah.
Although it's pretty difficult to get anyone else except Aerith. I do think it's funny you can go on a date with Barrett, but definitely a good sequence there. We talked about Aerith's death. That was one thing we're going to bring up. Northern Crater. I think I can't remember which one of us put that on there, but I think we're going to talk about some more stuff with Cloud, which we brought up. But was there something else you wanted to bring up there?
I really like the sequence in that it introduces the weapons, right? And like when you're kind of in the room where Sephiroth is up above and Cloud is, like losing his identity essentially, but like you can see the eye, I believe it is, of Emerald Weapon like open up like from behind the ice wall, at a couple times.
Right.
And that moment is like obviously like it's kind of like a gaijin monster, like a Godzilla type of thing that happens from that point forward. But it also is like the game was like really revolving around three factions, I guess you could say, right? There's the heroes, Avalanche, and then there's the Shinra, obviously, right? And there's only those two in the beginning. And then they introduced the third one, Sephiroth, right? And then so you've got a situation where like Sephiroth and the Shinra are both bad, and they're both trying to destroy the planet in their own way, right? And it's up to the heroes to stop them. And so you go through the game and then you get to that point in the North Crater, and it's kind of like actually there's a fourth faction the planet itself is capable of fighting back, and now it's going to start doing that. And I thought that was just like a really cool kind of escalation of events,
Yeah,
you know, and it also
dynamic.
like really hits at that point of like the high drama, you know, with Cloud and Tifa, and Cloud losing his you know, identity at that moment, and then like not only is like all this terrible character stuff going on, and like now Sephiroth has the black materia, but like the weapons like launch, you know, they kind of like in that cutscene you see them like launch out of the northern crater.
Yeah.
And then the very next scene is like, oh, a weapon is coming to like destroy Junon. You know, it's just like the escalation of events from Aerith's death in the city of the ancients up to the northern crater is like so good. You know, obviously there's like some hit and miss stuff in there with like the whole snowboarding thing,
Right.
but like we mentioned, like the Icicle Inn does have like that optional cutscene if you view it, that you get some background on Aerith, right, and Ifalna, her mother, and Dr. Gast and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like very well done, I feel, you know, with like the fourth faction, like actually the planet is going to start fighting back. And that ties into the ending where, you know, Bugenhagen is kind of saying like, well, humans, good or bad, well, I wonder what the planet will decide, right, when Holy comes out.
Right. There's a possibility like, humans might be killed along with, you know, Sephiroth. Yeah.
Yeah, because like when the weapons come out, they're attacking human targets. They're attacking Midgar. They're attacking Junon. They're not attacking Sephiroth in the northern crater.
Right.
Right. So it's like, well,
it's kind of interesting though, because the weapons are kind of like the foundation of what Final Fantasy X became, right? Was Sin.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if I've ever thought about it that way, but
yeah. Which gives more emphasis on the initial claim that the two games are connected.
It's just further evidence. Yeah.
Yeah. But I agree with you, man. Like that basically like it has that, the game has that dip, like I was talking about before, you know, all the way through Costa del Sol. And then I think once you get to the Gold Saucer, you have this stuff with Barret, and it starts to really pick up back then. Then it just like doesn't miss a beat. I mean, Red 13's area is great. And you keep going through there, you start going through all the stuff with Aerith, and you know, and then the stuff at the Northern Crater. And it's just like, it just gets so good at this point. So I agree with you. Huge Materia quest. I know you put that on there. I actually had a criticism with that. I thought that those quests were stupid, but
same. That's why I put it on there.
Okay. Well, why did you think they were stupid? And let's compare notes.
It's not explained well enough why we are resisting Shinra's plan to put large materia on the rocket that will destroy the meteor. Why aren't we helping them in that plan? And I understand that we just resisted them at Junon, and there was like kind of a big escape thing. And so now we're like kind of the rebels on the like resisting the Shinra, and we're flying around the world on the high wind, you know, and kind of doing what we can here and then. That aspect is good, but I actually think they just didn't think it through. And this is a kind of a hangover from maybe like you were suggesting with Nomura saying, well, I wanted a Moogle to be in the game because there's not much similar with the past Final Fantasy games.
Right.
And the huge materia is supposed to kind of be like a callback to collect the 4 crystals.
Right.
But there's no crystals in the game, and they can't just kind of introduce something like that big at the moment. So they said like, oh, well, huge materia, you know? And there is an optional dialogue in Gongaga, because Gongaga, basically all of it is optional, where Scarlet flies in on the helicopter with Sung, and they go to the destroyed reactor there, and she's like, is there any big materia here? And he's like, doesn't look like it or something. And she's like, oh, I'm looking for like huge materia.
Right.
You know?
I remember
that's the only foreshadowing for this that exists in the game. And then you're just like kind of hopping around, like
the best,
doing mini games essentially.
Yeah. The best, well, beside there's some good story as a result, like that happened to get the huge materia in certain parts, but like there's no reason to do it like you were mentioning. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
And the greatest case I found for why they didn't help Shinra with shooting the huge materia at Meteor, because I'm with you. Like, what if it might work? Like, did you see the amount of damage the rocket did without huge rocket, without the materia on it?
Mhm.
In the video, the rocket hits the meteor, and like the whole like top like layer like was peeled off. And I'm
Right.
like, imagine if you had materia in that, if you had all four. But
Mhm.
the greatest case I read online about this was that the party knew that it wasn't going to work, and they wanted the huge materia because they thought they were going to need it to take on Sephiroth. But
Yeah.
you don't need the huge getting all the huge materia is optional. You don't have to get it
Mhm.
all, and you don't even use it to fight Sephiroth.
You do not. Yeah.
So
You leave it in Cosmo Canyon just
sitting
for
there.
safekeeping. Yeah.
I mean, I know you can use it later with some optional stuff, but yeah, I'm with you. It kind of felt like it was not the
Yeah.
best
It did.
segment of the
The
game.
the of the plan did allow them to have the whole Sid rocket ship sequence where he actually gets to go in space and
Yeah,
kind of
but they didn't need to
close.
take the huge materia with them.
Yeah. But then I really think the reason was like they needed the plot to tread water a little bit while Cloud and Tifa were away, right? Because you go to Medill and Tifa stays behind, and then Sid becomes the leader, and you kind of do a couple of the huge materia quests. You come back, then Cloud becomes the leader, and you do the underwater one, right? Um, and that's because they wanted Cloud to have to drive the submarine, right?
Right.
And that tied into his like
Which was a
motion
horrible
sickness.
segment, by the way.
That-
The submarine. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was just a flinch that the submarine gameplay was just terrible. But keep going.
Yeah, it's not very good. But yeah, like he needs to pilot the submarine. So it's whatever. Like the game did need some sort of plot element to be happening while Cloud and Tifa were away, because if they just go and then like the very next plot point is like the Cloud's flashback sequence with Tifa, which is like a really one of the best scenes in the game. But if that happens immediately as soon as she finds him, it doesn't really have the same impact because she hasn't been there like waiting with him for who knows how long,
Yeah, I don't. It's yeah. I get the dilemma. I think they could have done something a little bit better.
They could have, yeah, for sure. It's one of the weaker aspects of the game.
Yeah,
like I think.
I agree.
But like it's tough because like there's the Cloud and Tifa, flashback where they're piecing his memory together. There's the Sid aspect to it with the rocket.
Well, the
which is
fact
like
that he becomes the main leader of the party too.
Yeah,
which
there's
is
like
cool.
good moments in there. It's just the overarching plot point is
The
weak.
premise is stupid. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So it's like
Because I mean, Barrett saves his hometown and everything. That's cool.
Yeah.
Or not his hometown, like the people from his hometown.
Yeah.
Kind of gets redemption. So.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, it's like it is what it is.
It would
it's
be
not
okay.
the best, but
yeah, I think it would be okay if we use the huge materia for some purpose, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there was a purpose for collecting them besides just putting them in Cosmo Canyon.
Like,
and then,
like even if maybe all four of them were required to like break the seal on the northern cave, the northern crater or something,
Yeah.
That could have made it a little bit better at least.
Right. Well,
yeah.
And if they also establish like, no, shooting the huge materia at Meteor will only make it bigger or something like, like
it'll absorb the energy or something.
Yeah. Right. But like, I'm just like, no, this seems like a reasonable idea. Why are we not trying this? Like, it seemed like a latch dish effort. Like we got nothing left to lose. Like, go ahead.
Let's do it. Yeah.
It might work. This reminded me real quick. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but when you have to go find the key of the ancients or whatever, and Bugenhagen's like all the way up in the air, and he's like, "What's those words?" Right? And he scrolls down, and he's like, "Oh, it's like the key's somewhere where the sun doesn't shine or something like that." Which I don't think is how he said it because it would have been hilarious. But like the sun doesn't shine here, right? Dude, there's no way you'll find that key without a strategy guide.
It's underwater in the
and like one of the dozens of canyons with like a weapon flying around.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna think go in a submarine, goes lounging around there for like 9 hours till I happen to like find it in this canyon. Like, I don't know. I, I don't think like, I thought like there's no way you were going to find that.
I think that's definitely where a lot of people get stuck. Yeah, like you said, and have to look it up on a guide. Also, the part with the archaeology minigame with the Bone Village, it's like pretty difficult to find the lunar harp if you don't really understand the game. Like it's the
Yeah, but they
line
all
of
look,
sight of
yeah.
the characters, and also they can only move like at certain angles. So sometimes you put them in a place and their line of sight is still deceptive, and you pick the wrong place because of it. Um, I remember exactly where it is because I remember being frustrated with that, and I'm just like, I'll remember where the lunar harp is forever. And there's like a smokestack that goes up on the second level, and it's like very slightly to the left of that.
See, you're better than me. I just like randomly do stuff until like I understand the line of sight part, but I just
Yeah.
keep doing that and they keep giving me potions and stuff until I get the lunar harp, you
Yeah.
know? But yeah,
That part is frustrating. Yeah.
yeah. What's weird is after you get the lunar harp, you can still search for the lunar harp. Like in the gameplay, it's still an option. Anyways, okay, we already talked about Cloud's plot twist. I think we kind of talked a lot about that. The Jenova and Sephiroth relationship. Um, who's in control? I mean, we kind of addressed that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I think it's unintentionally vague, right? In the Japanese version, it's more clear, but in the game that we got, it is not.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I interpret the plot point.
Yeah.
So,
then we have. How'd you feel about the ending cutscene? Seems like some people are hit or miss with it.
mm-hmm.
I can see why it's not like people's favorite cutscene because they want to see, you know, closure with their characters, with their cast of characters. They want to see Barrett go back and embrace Marlene, and like they'll go off on the hills and, you know, the sunny sunset and everything. Like, you know, like they want some closure there. They want to see Cloud and Tifa building the house together and like living in it and stuff, like, you know, but it just kind of like shows the planet wrecking havoc on the, you know, destroying stuff, and then later you see that the planet made it. It's okay.
Yeah,
you know.
I love it. Like I love the ending credits and then the scene that the ending and then the credits go by and then you see the scene at the end
With Red 13,
and it's just like so ambiguous. Now, yeah, I've always read it as like that's Red 13 and he somehow mated with something
I was
else that
wondering
wasn't the
that.
last of its kind. Yeah.
Is this Hojo? Hojo, what have you been doing? Or Aerith? Did this go through? Like, it's originally trying to mate him with Aerith.
Yeah, but then, yeah, I just like the ambiguous nature of the scene. I listed this as like an overall positive, and like I like that there's things open to interpretation in the story, right?
Right.
And if you really don't like that there's no closure, well, Red 13 is alive and he was on the airship, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at the very least, the people on the airship didn't die immediately in that moment, right?
Well, I know there was a lot of people that felt from like the cutscene, you see like the cities being attacked, basically, it seems like, and then you see the grass growing over Midgar, and there was a lot of people online initially when the game came out that were theorizing that the planet chose to kill humankind, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like you can hear laughter in the cutscene.
Yeah.
If you listen, like in the background, they purposely put sound effects of laughter. So clearly,
that's very.
I mean, I guess that could be Red 13's kids, but I don't know.
I don't think so. Sounds like human laughter to me, which is very strange. Like kind of.
Well, yeah, but he talks like I don't know. What's a cat laugh sound like?
Yeah, but I mean, the evidence is clearly there. Like I mentioned with the weapons, like attacking Junon and Midgar, those things are supposed to be like a last defense mechanism type of thing of the planet itself. right? So there's definitely like the leaning there that like, yeah, the planet decided that humanity was better off without them. There's also another thing that I liked is that at the ending, like the life stream all has to come to assist Holy, right? And you get that like wide shot of like Holy holding off the meteor, and then the life stream all comes in and pours into it. And then it flashes, and you get the post credit scene, and like Midgar's all overgrown with like nature and everything, you know.
Yeah.
And there's like water and streams and stuff going through it. I always interpreted that as like that was the promised land that Shinra was searching for
I like
after all.
that. I like that. I never thought about that.
Right? They were like, we got to find the promised land, and we're going to build the Neo Midgar. And
This is
Neo
Neo
Midgar
Midgar.
became the overgrown promised land Midgar with no people anymore.
Do you feel that the game has a strong like environmentalism or environmentalist message? Because I have mixed feelings about that.
I think it does, but then I mentioned kind of the stuff like with Bugenhagen and then also Barrett, how they talk about the need for humankind to create machinery that will like technology that will help you adapt to the environment and help humans survive, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost more of like a conservation message, which is like a little bit more nuanced than just like pure environmentalism, because
they don't.
You kind of get into the weeds with that, because it's like it's not exactly so simple as just like humans bad, technology bad, planet good, nature good, animals good. You know, like it's not
Captain Planet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so black and white as that. There's elements in the story that are like make it more that it's like you have to have a balance, right? Your humans are going to cause some harm or destruction to the planet, but like that's in the nature of humans.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can follow that down the path of like, well, yeah, and that's why the planet decided to destroy humankind, because the humans are the greatest threat to it.
Right.
But you can also take it as like, well, if humanity is to survive, there's no other way. Right? I think that's kind of what Bugenhagen and Barrett are, their characters are actually supposed to kind of symbolize in the story, is like kind of really make that a point, basically.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I think that like it's more a focus on just the value of life, like we were talking about earlier, because I mean, the game portrays coal, like because Barrett was a coal miner.
Oh yeah.
That coal was the superior energy source, which is terrible for the environment.
It
right?
is.
And then reactors, that's traditionally associated with nuclear energy, which is very clean. I realize the life stream technically could be considered oil because it's considered like the souls of living things, and that's kind of like what fossils are, right?
Yeah.
Which there's some correlation there, but like there's not like it's not like Barrett's like dropping paper plates outside and Aerith's like, what are you doing? You know, like it's not in your face like that. I feel like it just happens to be a premise. You know, we don't have like long tweets of like Sakaguchi, you know, shooting out like messages about climate change. Not that
Right.
he, you know, so it's not like I don't feel like it was exactly in your face intentional like that. I think it was just it kind of fit the story they wanted to tell. That's kind of the way I got it. So
well, it's great that it's ambiguous then, right? Because then it gives people the ability to kind of add their perceived like value to the story, right? Like
yeah, that can be really good.
Yeah, what was the whole theme of the story, and it's ambiguous. So it's like, what do you take out of it then? And I think that's a good thing. Yeah. You don't have to have an ambiguous ending in order to have that, right? Because there's all kinds of things people can take away from a story, right? But the fact that it is ambiguous, like, you know, people can draw their own conclusions of like what they think actually happened.
Ambiguity is
some people don't like that.
Yeah, ambiguity though is like a double-edged sword, because sometimes I see just people saying, "Oh, it was ambiguous. It's for discussion," and it was really just like lazy storytelling, right? You know, like "Oh, it was ambiguous." No, like that just sucked. Like, you know, so but yeah, I think in that moment there's definitely a case to be had. Um so yeah, great story, fantastic story. um I mean, we still have a few Discord questions, and we were going to talk a little bit about the gameplay. Do you want to just kind of, what do you want to do?
Well, I think we kind of ran out of time on the gameplay, unless there's something you really want to touch on.
The only thing I'll say with the gameplay is I thought it was cool how much stuff you could do. That was awesome. Added a lot of variety to what you could do in the game, even if some of it wasn't very good. But anytime I had to change my materia for my characters, I wanted to hang myself because like you would just put somebody new in your party, and then you'd have to like select all this materia and put it on them and be selective with it if you're trying to be strategic. And inventory management, complete hassle. I felt like a lot of times when I'm in battle trying to find stuff. I know you could customize it, but it was still, it could have been better.
Did you use the exchange?
Yeah, but it's not
okay.
Ideal.
I agree. It is still a little tedious.
Yeah.
I was just checking because back in the day, I
didn't
know about that, and so I literally like pushed triangle to remove materia on the character I was removing, and then go and then get them out of the party, and then bring in the next one, and then like individually assign each materia back rather than just the quick swap. You know,
like when like Yuffie takes her materia and then she like puts it back on you, but it's all jacked up. Dude, that took me like a half hour to fix. Like, and Cloudy is even like, dude, this is all messed up. And like, I don't know. So I just want to throw that out there. I'm sure we'll talk about the gameplay in further detail at another point in time, but we're at almost 4 hours here. So
yeah,
we'll skip. Music was great. We all like the music. Graphics were great for the time. Let's get onto these Discord questions so we can wrap it up here. Game for that?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so we picked the first 4. I think there ended up being about like 10 questions, but I think we covered most of them here in the conversation. But we have from Valvedrix, who says, what do you guys think of one of my only complaints about the game story-wise, and that's how the last part of Cloud's backstory, I think we addressed this, is not only an option, but also hidden in a location you wouldn't think to go back to, with nothing pointing that it's suddenly there. I think it's a strange decision because Cloud's story is incomplete without seeing that flashback. I think we kind of addressed that, but yeah.
I agree. Like we said, like we addressed it. I'll just add that I think it was a holdover from the previous game. So like, obviously they're not creating these games in a vacuum. They're like trying to build on or change what's come before. And this is a case where they didn't change what came before, and they should have. But like FF6 has the World of Ruin situation, right? Where there's like all kinds of optional scenes all over the place, you know? And in FF7, we have optional scene for Cloud in the Shinra basement, right? We have optional stuff for Yuffie and Vincent, but that's obvious because they're also optional characters, you know?
Well, it's hard because you want it to be meaningful content, but any kind of optional scene with Cloud, people would have felt like shouldn't have been optional. You know, if there's stuff with his mom, it wouldn't have been optional. Like, you know.
Yeah, because he's the main character, so it's like a more egregious. And like you said, there's like, if you don't see that scene, it's like a total plot hole. Like, how did he even get to Midgar?
I do think that specific scene should have been not optional, though.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And then there's even an optional scene where with Red 13 and Bugenhagen, like if you go back, like to get his ultimate weapon, that's where you get it. And they have kind of a discussion of like Bugenhagen is either dying or he's going to die soon, and so he's kind of like giving some advice to Red 13. You know, it's not like the most amazing scene, but it is optional. Like it is, like we said for Red 13, a character that has very little going on past a certain point, and then the little bit more that he does is also like optional. You can miss it. So I think it is just a holdover from the previous game where there was like so much optional stuff in the World of Ruin, and they really wanted the player to like be motivated and go out and explore and find all that stuff.
Well, and plus,
But it doesn't
yeah.
it doesn't quite fit as well with this story. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, they kind of started to phase a lot of that stuff out as the games continued on.
Mm-hmm.
So good question. Then we have Kane424. He says, discuss the details on Sephiroth's motivations and how it relates to Jenova, the Jenova's cellular will.
You can go a lot of different places with this question.
Well, I think he just wanted us to bring that up. I mean, we kind of brought up that like we felt like, or at least I did, that Jenova was very influential, could influence people, right? That's clearly evident in the game. From trying to force Cloud to, well, it's kind of weird because you don't know who's really at play sometimes, but I think it's Sephiroth. But Sephiroth, through Jenova, through the power of Jenova, being an offspring of Jenova, etc., forcing Cloud to, or trying to force Cloud to kill Aerith, and he's able to say no, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't go through with it. So I think that kind of taints Sephiroth's, the people that claim that Sephiroth didn't have any control, you know, that he was just taken over by this thing, and that you know, he's really the good old Sephiroth from Crisis Core. I think that really paints a picture on it that it may have been difficult. He was going through a tough time, but he had the option to say no.
He did, yeah. I think so. That's a good point.
Yeah. Then we have from Demasles, who says, was there any OG Final Fantasy VII that you enjoyed puzzling out yourself? Example, originally how much influence Jenova had over Sephiroth, and vice versa wasn't totally clear, and a plot element open to interpretation. You were kind of talking about that.
Yes, love it. Love it.
Yeah.
I understand why other people don't. They want like more, they want it to be more clear so that you know actually what happened. But I'm a big fan of plot elements like that are not like, it's not crucial to understanding the story, right? Sephiroth or Jenova being in control is not crucial to understanding like what actually happened. And I think that's important because we have other games like Final Fantasy 13, for example, that has like twists at the end of the story that makes you question like, well, what was actually going on in the story? But the vagueness of it actually causes confusion as to like, well, what actually happened in this scene? I don't understand. I don't even see the logic in this, right? But if you're questioning like, was Jenova or Sephiroth in control, or like, did humanity survive or die off in the ending? Like, what does the scene with Red 13 mean? That's not, you're not having to question the main arc like of the game, or like the sequence of events. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I can kind of agree with you. I mean, I do find enjoyment out of like trying to figure out like the motivations of characters, but I think like there's a fine line. Like a story has to provide enough crumbs for you to work with, right? I get a little frustrated when I see people with basically nothing, you know, like head canoning something out of it, right? You know, like it just drives me nuts. You know, back to like what I was talking about before with, you know, President Rufus and him going to Rocket Town. It's a dumb example, but him needing the tiny Bronco, and people like are just like making this whole list of events. Like the Highwind was broken down, like all the planes were broken down. Like, I'm like, there's nothing on screen at all to hint at that at all. You know, that's not ambiguous. That's just dumb. Like, like, you know, so I like, there's a fine line, I think. And I think what makes this okay is there's enough stuff here for us to work with, and that like, it was kind of planned that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we have our final question here again from Kane424, and there's a lot. Guys, if you enjoy this stuff, there was like a freaking 3-day conversation on our Discord server about like Sephiroth, with just people going back and forth on this, and I was just like, "There's no way we can put this whole thing." Well, we kind of did, anyways. We had the conversation here, but there's more stuff in there. I'm sure people will talk with you about it if you're interested. But Kane424 says, why do you think the game resonated so much with people? I had played the previously released games in the series, but also didn't have cable, so I missed out on the marketing and only learned of it in retrospect. I think that, the game is just like I was talking about at the beginning of the podcast some 4 hours ago, that, the story is told in a way that it has elements that appeal to people of all ages. I mean, there's still that like core identity crisis. You still have that coming of age story with certain characters, but then you also have like a real gritty, mature stories with Barrett and, and Cloud. And then there's also just a retrospect element to the story that I think gets us as we're older and we've actually had a few life events. I'm 31 now, so I've been through a few moments in my life where I felt like, okay, like I can kind of identify with like what they're going through a little bit, maybe not to this extreme, but I get it. And so I think that that element kind of makes the story timeless. I've seen other people say, for example, with like Final Fantasy VIII, that they're very nostalgic about Final Fantasy VIII. They still enjoy playing Final Fantasy VIII, but it doesn't resonate with them as much as it did when they were 16, because they're not in the same position Squall is in, like, right? They're not just looking to this grand adventure he's about to have. They're married, they've already got their career. They can see the next 10 years of their life before them. Like it's not as adventurous, it seems like. But this game just like has a lot of just like looking back and looking forward, and it just has like, I mean, things like Barrett's entire like job was annihilated, right? It's obsolete. Well, that's very relevant today. Coal miners' jobs are going away. The people don't know what to do with those people, and like where are they supposed to work? So there's all sorts of things in the story that I think are just very, very relevant and just happen to work. But I don't know if I have a better answer than that. What about you?
Well, so I misread the question when I put my notes here.
Okay.
I read it as, why do you think the game resonated with so many people instead of so much with people? So I kind of
it's a similar question, right?
Yeah, it's just a slightly different angle. So I'm going to,
okay.
I jotted down 4 things here, and I'm just going to kind of go through them. So yeah, four reasons why I think it resonated with so many people. Number one, which we touched on pretty early, was the graphics at the time. While they look dated now,
dude, they were amazing.
They were pushing the boundaries, right?
Yeah.
Of gaming at the time. Not just like JRPG gaming, but like gaming. Like there were not that many games that looked better than this game when it came out.
They actually hired people with like no gaming backgrounds, but like people from college that were going to college to make movies for the cutscenes, and like being able to do like the FMVs that fade into live gameplay. That was a big thing also, so.
Yep. And then the second is the character designs and the marketing. So like, say what you will about Tetsuya Nomura, right? But for a lot of people, his character designs have a way of just jumping off the page, right? Like you just look at the character, you see the character, you open up the instruction manual, which was back in the day what you did. You read the character descriptions, and you're just like able to get a good sense of the character just from how they are designed.
Right.
That's kind of like a very vague or ambiguous thing, like that. It's just, it works for some people, and I think it works for a lot of people, right? If it didn't, like, he wouldn't still be with the company and have as much success as he does, essentially. Right. That's just a thing. I don't know how much of what I appreciate about Final Fantasy VII is because of the character designs. I'm sure it helped get me into it. There's a reason, like the cover of the game with Cloud just like staring up at the Shinra building is like with the Buster Sword on his back is just like so iconic. I have to imagine that many people just grabbed the game, right off the shelf just because of that.
Yeah. Well, not to mention Nomura's designs. Like he designs his characters in a way to where like Cloud looks Japanese to Japanese people, but to Westerners he looks like a Caucasian male, right? Because
Yeah.
of the way the eyes are, they're kind of like he might be a mix of Japanese and Caucasian, right? But it's a
Mhm.
very unique look he has.
Yeah.
So I think that probably like helped a lot too because you know, Cloud kind of like he looks Japanese, like it looks like a JRPG, but not quite. Like it looks like it could be Western, with like the big poofy pants and the big like you know metal plate on his shoulder and everything, and like it
Yeah.
looks it's kind of like a cross in between.
Mhm. And then the third thing I think is that the gameplay gives you a lot of choice and customization options. Obviously, with the materia system being the best example of
Right.
how you set up your team, right? And you, the player, choose like how to accomplish your main objective, right? Like no matter where you are in the game, like you can make adjustments, you can change equipment, you can get an accessory, and like and while the equipment system itself is kind of like actually a little bit dumbed down from the previous Final Fantasies, like you have less options with equipment,
Mm-hmm.
but you have more options total due to the materia system than the previous ones. So I think that's very important, especially for Western gamers to get into something that they normally wouldn't try. This is just an observation. Like it could just be anecdotal evidence, but I think more often than not, the Western audience for games does not like to have a game where the game plan is dictated to you, and it just becomes about how well you execute the game plan. There has to be some kind of customization or flexibility, and if you tweak it all the way too much and you have just like complete customization of all the characters, then the people who really like the story kind of start to tune out, and because and then it feels like, well, I could just play this with only 3 characters or 4 characters or whatever, right? Like if every character is the same, then like how much do I really care about them,
Right.
like in battle? But if you turn it all the way to the left, I think there's even more people that are unhappy, and then they're like, you know,
I have no ability to choose. Yeah.
yeah, like there's no customization of what I can do, like in Final Fantasy IV, for example, the original version. It's just like the characters learn the spells when they gain a certain level. All I'm really doing is using the abilities I have and trying to execute the best game plan in the battles. There is some customization in there in the equipment,
Right.
right? So you can like change the equipment a bit, so it's not the best example, but the best example would be Final Fantasy 13, where so much of the gameplay is dictated to you,
For like the
right?
first 30 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, and people's response to that is, and a reasonable response. It doesn't bother me as much, but the reasonable response is, I feel like I'm playing a tutorial. All I'm doing is just like playing the game is dictating to me what I should do, and then like you do it, and if you do it well, you win, and then it's on to the next thing, and they're just forcing you which party members you have to have. They
You
only give each
can't,
party member 2 to 3
you
paradigms.
can't
Like
grind. Yeah.
you can't grind, so you can't experiment. But Final Fantasy VII was like the first game that really hit that sweet spot, I feel like, of, well, I mean, Final Fantasy VI probably did also, but like Final Fantasy VII for a lot of people hit that sweet spot of like the gameplay gives me a lot of choice and options in how I choose to overcome the
Well,
next challenge.
and
So
you were, and I agree with all that, but you were talking about Final Fantasy IV. Like, I love Final Fantasy IV, but like when you have classes like that, like Cecil, he's a Dark Knight, that describes to the player who he is as a character.
yes, I agree.
And then
I am more in that camp.
but then he comes a Paladin, and that describes again who he is as a character. So I think it works for it. Really jived with Final Fantasy VII because no classes like it just works
Hmm.
because
Yeah,
you don't you're not supposed to know who Cloud is, you know.
right.
Um,
And then the last thing is just what we've been talking about the whole time, but the 4 characters, Sephiroth, Aerith, Cloud, and Tifa, like that kind of dynamic in the story is just like so well done. Like that's kind of where like the game really resonates. Like I think that the previous three reasons I gave was like things people appreciate about the game that
Right.
got them into the game.
Right.
But the reason they remember the game and it resonates with people so much today is because of those four characters: Sephiroth, Aerith, Cloud, and Tifa, because they're like really kind of the core focus for so much of the game. And I mean, there's other great characters as well, like Barrett, Sid, and like
Kate
even
Sith.
NPC, and even like NPC characters, that are like memorable, like Dyne and
Mm-hmm.
Elmira and stuff like that. So like, there's a lot of good characters to remember, but the ones that I think really resonated with the most people is Sephiroth, Aerith, Cloud, and Tifa,
Yeah.
and that's reflected in like how Square Enix markets the other material, like post
Right.
FF7. I think they know. Like I think they know the home run that the
home
original
run
game.
team, A team.
Yep, they know.
Yeah.
So
the only other thing I forgot to point out, and I agree with everything you said, but I also think like just video games at that time are in a weird spot because I mean Final Fantasy was on the Super Nintendo. Nintendo was very restrictive with the type of content that would be on there. You had to imply a lot of mature content. I know Sega was a little bit more open with stuff, but like Sony came out and they were just like paint the walls red, do whatever you want.
they really purposely tried to paint themselves as the teen console, right? The more mature console.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
I think that like added to like the fact that like because Final Fantasy VII was so gritty and just like mature that like people didn't experience a story like that. Well, I mean, you have I hate to say you never experienced a story like this before because someone will point out like, a Western RPG on the PC or something like that. But like the thing is, on a console like this, like I don't think a lot of people have experienced a story like this before at that point in time. Because I mean, you had weird rules, like you couldn't show someone actually dying, you couldn't have suicide, you couldn't have curse words. And here you have like a character like getting killed, you have an NPC committing suicide, like you have a very dystopian world with prostitution and just like, it's just a nasty and grungy place. And like, it's just, I think it was just something that was so different from what people had been playing, that it just worked for the moment it was in. And I think that's one of the reasons it's stayed with people for so long.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you wonder how much of those story beats they added in specifically because they weren't allowed to kind of explore that content before, like, publishing the
Right.
previous games on Nintendo consoles, and they just couldn't get away with it. It was censored.
Yeah, because when I was playing this game, it almost like, dude, they were showing off. You could tell, like, there was so many like needless fades to like FMVs that didn't need to be there, or just like zooming into an FMV into through a town. Like they were just having fun, and I think part of that was just having fun with like the ability to just tell any story they wanted, no matter what. And you can tell, you can definitely tell.
Yep.
Oh boy,
Great game.
Yeah, it's a great game. A+ out of my non-ranking. I give it a great score.
It boosted up a little bit in your personal ranking, huh? Of this last playthrough, you said.
Yeah, I still think Final Fantasy IX is better, but that's just my own preference.
That's perfectly fine.
They're pretty close, neck to neck up there. But anyways, I think that's going to wrap up our podcast today, guys. It's a 4-hour podcast, 4 hours and 18 minutes. So if you're still listening at this point, appreciate it. And I just want you to know, next week, we are not going to be having a podcast. We are going to be playing the Final Fantasy VII Remake. And then the week after, we're probably not going to do like immediately a 7 Remake game discussion. We'll see. We're probably going to do our regular podcast episode, but we're definitely going to have some first impressions on the 7 Remake. So, but we'll keep you up to date, and we'll talk to you then. Thanks, guys.
See you next time.